Okay, good evening. It's 5:11 on February 8th, 2024. Welcome. Good evening to the Design Review Board meeting, again, of February 8th, 2024. The DRB meeting is now called to order. Please refrain from talking among yourselves during the meeting, and please turn off or put on vibrate all cell phones at this time. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current DRB agendas and staff reports are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects will be posted online on the Planning Division's website. A handout describing the procedures of the meeting, possible board discussions, and DRB appeal is available from staff. Please note that any appeal of a case heard today must be filed within 15 calendar days of the Design Review Board decision date. Meetings are also archived on the city website for viewing anytime at glendaleca.gov/agendas. Roll call. Board Member Lockruff?
Present.
Board Member Koskanian?
Present.
Board Member Welch?
Present.
Board Member Simonian?
Present.
Chair Chagayan?
Present.
Reports regarding posting of agenda. The agenda for the February 8th, 2024 regular meeting of the Glendale Design Review Board was posted on the city's website on February 1st, 2024, and on the bulletin board outside City Hall on February 5th, 2024. Approval of Design Review Board minutes from January 5th, 2024. Present at that time was Board Member Lockruff, Simonian, and Board Member Welch. Absent was Board Members Koskanian and Madam Chair Chagayan. Do I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve the meeting minutes.
And
Second.
Second, okay. At this time, item 4 is election of a new chairperson for the new year. Do I have a nomination?
Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Board Member Lockerup to be the new chair.
Okay, we have a motion. And a second. And our chair for 2024 is Board Member Lockruff.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Do we make a switch before we get started? Okay.
Okay, we're ready to proceed.
Okay,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, the next item is oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes. Design Review Board may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. I do not have any oral communications at this time. Any board or comments at this time? None?
No.
We do not have any cases for old business, but we do have new business. So at this time, Madam Chair, the first case is located at 1645 Las Flores Drive, and I am the case planner for this one.
Great. Please proceed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So this item before you, again, is located at 1645 Las Flores Drive. Case number PDR 001671-2023. We did receive email correspondence. I have forwarded you the 4 email correspondence that I've received regarding the project proposal, but I'll start off with the existing site. It is a 13,933 square foot lot. It's located in R1R District 2 zone. The frontage is approximately 98 feet, and it slopes up from the street. The slope is 13%. average current slope. The house is located on a relatively flatter portion of the site. It's an irregular shaped lot. In terms of location, the property is developed currently with a one-story, 1,621 square foot single-family house. And it was built in 1948. It's in your packet, but I must have missed it in my presentation, the location map, but I could get to that a little later in the presentation. But Las Flores, by way of background, is located just west of Verdugo Road, Glendale Community College. As you approach Royal Boulevard, you would access towards Las Flores along the northern side of Royal Boulevard. The proposed project involves the demolition of the existing house that's currently there, proposing a two-story, new 4,345 square foot single-family house with an attached three-car garage. The lower level consisting of 2,421 square feet, and on the upper level, it would be 1,924 square feet, and the attached garage would be a three-car at 613 square feet, and a covered patio at the rear ground level at 264 square feet, a new swimming pool, and retaining walls. They are proposing to grade 862 cubic yards, 200, that would be cut, 210 cubic yards of fill, and 652 cubic yards of export. Some renderings of what the proposed new home will look like as depicted on the renderings. The project is, in terms of CEQA, exempt from CEQA review, as it involves the construction of a new house, and the project is not eligible for designation at the local, state, or federal level, so it's not identified as a historic resource. In terms of context, there are both one story immediately to the left or the west-hand side of the existing house, and then there's a two-story directly adjacent to the right-hand side or the east side of the property. And then, as we can see, there are two-story single-family homes to the north of the subject site. In terms of the site planning, the project will maintain the existing access from the driveway that currently is located along the left-hand side or the west side of the property. The new house does appear to appropriately follow the site's topography. It reflects the lot's current topographic features and along with grading, and the new house is proposed to be somewhat generally located with a larger, though, building footprint along the existing parameters of the existing footprint, again, with the exception that it's going to be an enlarged, obviously, footprint that conforms to the contoured building pad on the site. Again, the property will be accessible from Las Flores Drive, and driveway access to the new attached garage will be from the driveway, a new driveway, but still located in the same location, more or less, along the west side of the property. On or about the same location, and the front setback to the front porch columns will be approximately 18 feet. Front setback. So overall, the new building location, the garage, are complementary to the site and to the neighborhood. They are obviously proposing a new landscape palette. The landscape plan is included in your packet, and I will also highlight it later in the presentation. There are also some retaining walls that are being proposed towards the rear and along the sides of the property, and some planter walls along the front and next to the staircase, because that area does slope up. In terms of Let me go to the floor plan, and then I'll jump to the elevations. The mass and scale of the house appears to be compatible with the adjoining nearby properties. The mass and scale appropriately relates to the surrounding context. So they've broken up the volumes, they've addressed the front entry, they've reduced the porch entry. Again, there's been several iterations, so this was one of the final iterations that that the architect designed, where it addresses more of the mass and scale, and it overall the proposed 2-story with an overall building height of approximately 32 feet 4 inches again fits well on the site and the neighborhood. The building footprint relates to the topography and its form and its profiles. And again, the facades are appropriately articulated through the use of different volumes, breaks in plane, the roof line, the design detailing, and the fenestration, which again ultimately is needed in order to mitigate the building's mass and scale. Again, this is achieved through the use of the materials, and again, as I alluded to earlier, the breaks in the roof and in the walls. So in doing so, they're introducing a combination of materials with the textured, the cultured stone veneer that they're proposing, along with a combination with that in plaster, and also the landscaping and the fenestration. They're proposing fiberglass windows to be recessed within the opening in terms of its operation, its finish. The warm colors in terms of their color palette all lend itself to the contemporary modern style with some traditional style elements that are proposed for the house. So again, the building's proportions are appropriate and they do relate well to the site and the neighborhood. And staff does recommend, and it's included as one of the conditions, to add, let me go to the next elevations. Along this side elevation, the left or northwest side elevation, introducing in this area here, which I believe is a bedroom, perhaps introducing some fenestration, whether it be by way of introducing one picture window or maybe perhaps a pair of casement windows, either centering it in the wall or on opposite ends of the wall. Since it's a bedroom, where we're thinking of if there's some furniture or something to that effect as to why they wanted to have more of a solid wall as opposed to glazing there. So that would be that was kind of the thought process when staff was drafting or suggesting that condition, thereby reducing, again, the overall amount of stucco on that facade. And the remaining conditions, like item 2, was to identify the gutters and downspouts painted, again, the adjacent wall color is a suggestion, to submit a window section for item 3, and for this last condition to provide details or drawing details of all junctions where they intersect. So that's more of a general comment. Other than we have the different site sections that are included and the landscape plan, which they're proposing drought-tolerant landscaping. So with that, I don't have any additional points to discuss regarding the report itself, but again, staff is recommending conditions, approval with the 4 conditions noted. And as I mentioned earlier, there are some comments, correspondence received from the public. So you have those emails, and with that, I'll conclude my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm available.
Are there any questions from the board? No questions? Okay. I have one simple question. The amount of grading that's occurring, does that include grading for the swimming pool, or is it the house alone?
That's a good question. I haven't checked with the applicant if that one included the swimming pool.
We can ask. Okay, thank you.
I thought it did, but.
Then we'll open the public portion of the meeting, and Vartan Sugosian, please come forward. Welcome.
So, hi.
Hi.
How are you? Good evening,
Good
commissioners. Thank you for being here today. I'm not Vartan, I'm Danny Manasarian, but he is an architect. So I'm the consultant for the projects, but any architectural questions he can answer. Thank you, Ms. Toledo, for that great presentation. The architect has been working with staff for the past 2 years to try to come up with a design that's compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. We believe that the determinations of compatibility, which consist of site planning, mass and scale, design and detailing, mentioned in the staff report, have all been met. Regarding the site planning, the landscaping, lot coverage, and FAR requirements have been met. The FAR requirement in this zone is 40%. We're currently at 31%. The lot coverage limit is 40%, while we are at 26%. And the minimum landscaping requirement is 40%, and we are almost at 50%. Regarding the massing, the architect has gone back and forth with city staff to come up with a design that's compatible with the hillside guidelines. He's tried to break up the building and to set the second story back as much as possible per the design guidelines to mitigate any massing issues. I've spoken to the architect and the owner about the conditions of approval, which mainly have to do with the detailing. They're both open to comply with all the conditions, and prior to design approval, we would submit the necessary documents to city staff, obviously, so they check, and we meet all the conditions. Staff is recommending approval of this project, which we obviously concur with. And we are very open to the design review board's recommendations or conditions. And she did a great job, and this kind of concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions. The architect is also here for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Okay.
So, excuse me, the amount of grading, as I understand, or at least how I'm reading the plans, is largely because the whole footprint of the house is being pulled down, correct? Is that correct?
What do you mean, like pulled, as in?
The floor level that exists in the house right now
Correct.
is about 5 feet higher than the new proposed floor,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the garage also is being reduced even more than that?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so it's being built into the hill and
Yes,
shrunk down.
that's
That's
correct.
why we have to have the
Yeah.
amount of grading
Yes,
that's needed.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so I just wanted to confirm that I was reading that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, and I think I know the answer to this one as well, the roof plan shows 312 slopes.
Okay.
But the second floor plan on the exposed ceiling roofs above the first floor shows 412.
Okay.
But I would assume it's actually 312, correct? On all roofs.
I'd like to confirm that with Vartan. Is the roof 312 all together, or does it change to 412? Or is it consistent throughout? It's same. Okay, so
And it's
it should
consistent
be,
at 312.
it should be 312.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to confirm that for the record. Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay. I just had the one question that I asked earlier. Does the grading include the swimming pool?
Yes, I confirmed it does. It does
Okay.
include this one.
Okay, great. That's helpful to know. And then also, one more thing. Did you sink down the house in order to reduce the massing, or what was the reason for bringing down the floor level?
In terms of like the whole entire,
Yeah.
it's on a flat portion,
Okay.
but yes,
Okay.
essentially yes. Because of
Okay.
the slope, we try to,
Okay.
as much as we can, or
And-
the, yeah.
Okay, and the other thing is just which I heard that you're using, or I read that you're using fiberglass windows. Do you have a specific manufacturer that you use?
Not yet,
Okay,
but we'll
okay,
provide, the details.
okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's all,
Thank
thank you. Do we have any callers as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. it
Yes,
was
we have
both.
one caller.
Great, thank you. We'll take the first caller.
Hello, Alexandra? Alexander?
Oh, yes, hello.
Hello, you're live with the Design Review Board.
Hello.
Hi, yes. So I grew up in the house on the west side at 1537 Las Flores, and my family still lives there, so we're excited that there's going to be something done with this property. Looked at the renderings. I like the design. Nice warm tones. I think it'll go well with the nature around the traditional elements. So quite pleased with the design and the materials chosen. I guess I just wanted to call and just make sure that that the lighting plan is provided for. In this kind of neighborhood, what's nice is just having subdued, minimal, warm lighting. No bright kind of cool LED lights, blasting around the neighborhood, and it just doesn't look good. So hopefully the lighting plan is accounted for. The only other thing is that in this neighborhood and on that lot, the drainage is very important, especially there's some sort of city drainage easement on that property on the west side. So as long as that's accounted for, I don't think that's design review purview. But otherwise, just calling as a neighbor and saying that very happy with the design. It's nice that it melds some traditional elements, warm tones. It's not going to stick out, and it's very excited for that to happen. And good luck to the applicant. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other callers?
That is the last and only caller.
Okay, great. Then that closes the public portion of the meeting, and we're open for,
Rebut,
oh, sorry, oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
if they want to rebut, because they
Oh, sorry, would you like to, thank you
Not
for,
specific comment, but
yeah.
you had more comments about the grading, which the architect can explain.
oh, please come forward, and he submitted a card, so you're welcome to come forward.
About the grading? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Board members, welcome. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Vartan Jangosian, 1224 East Broadway, Suite 105, Glendale. About the grading, why we lower the grade? Because of existing driveway was too steep in. And every car can hit the bumper and broke the bumper. So that's why we needed to lower the overall grade and make it less visible and not obstructing the view upper, houses. And also we make it easier for the cars to go to the garage. That was the main reason, making little bit more grading job. And I believe we make a better solution if it's going, house is going to look much lower than with that existing grade. Okay?
That's very helpful, thank you. Thank you. Okay, now we close the public portion of the meeting and open for deliberation. Who would like to start? Would you like to begin? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Overall, I think it is well-designed and a good fit. Thank you for bringing up the grading in regards to asking those questions and the feedback. I actually think it's the right move to kind of lower the garage area because it ends up lowering that upper bedroom a bit. And it really does break up the mass and bulk of the house quite a bit. And it is a larger square foot home, and all of a sudden, when you break it up like that, it undulates it enough where I think it certainly didn't seem as big as the number. And so I think that was successful. I like the overall simplicity of the design language. I feel as though the windows have been designed appropriately where there is a systematic language to it that seems thought out. I didn't really see any window placements or sizes that particularly popped out. I thought the eave details and the roof details, et cetera, and the undulation of the roof was also appropriate. And so I could tell a lot of effort had gone in to work in those design elements. So it does seem effortless in a sense, but I could tell a lot of work has gone into it. I really appreciate the grading plan that was provided. I feel as though that really helped for me to understand how the house is going to be placed, and we struggle at times with applicants to bring those grading plans, and I felt as though this had kind of gone beyond what we typically see, and I think it's going to make the constructions process that much easier, because now you have a really good idea of what you're working for and what you need to solve during the plan check process. I do think adding a window or two, maybe a window would help break up the mass, but I'm not entirely set on it. I would certainly be open for discussion. I'm meant to ask the architect that question if there were any issues with the privacy or whatnot of a window on the side, because it is a big window facing the street, so perhaps that's why that none had been placed there. But I'd be amenable to placing a window there if they feel appropriate, if the board feels appropriate. Also in the rear is a closet as well, or the laundry room, I should say. It's always nice to have a window in the laundry room for ventilation purposes, and so if we feel as though a window would help massing-wise, perhaps it could be placed more in the laundry area to not infringe upon the perceived privacy of the home next door. So, but I think it's well thought out and well designed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Chigli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur and agree with my fellow board member. I think it's a lovely design and well thought out, and I appreciate that the garage is lowered even more, because oftentimes we'll get, if we get especially a large size home like this, and to have the garage be at the same level, it just really makes the mass even bulkier, and I appreciate that the garage on that side of the house has dropped down, and it really helps with the scale of the home. Nice materials, nice, lighting choice, so I am in favor of approving it with the conditions stated, and I agree that maybe that side of the home could use another window or so. I don't think we have to really dictate exactly where it goes, but I'm open to that discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Welsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I largely concur. I felt the same thing about the grading, that it was a very, very wise decision I know you had to do it really for the driveway, but lowering the entire house down, I think, was the correct thing. It presents that way when you go to the site. I looked at the driveway and it's like, wow, that's a pretty steep driveway. So I recognize why that was required, but to also lower the whole footprint of the house, I thought was the correct thing. It helps build it into the hillside. It's addressing the design guidelines, so I appreciate that, especially in a case like this where we're adding a second floor. I also appreciate that you have stepped back the second floor. In particular, the south side there on the right-hand side, I recognize that is pulled even further back from the side, and that really is respectful towards the neighbor who's immediately to the south, which I noted had a lot of nice picture windows, so you're not really obstructing their view very much, so you get points on that as well. I appreciate that the 3-car garage looks only like a 2-car garage, so I think that's good. I hate big, huge garage doors on the facade of a house. It's something that if we can all avoid it, I would like to. And then finally, speaking to the windows, I mean, I understand probably why you didn't put windows there, because you're probably that's gonna be where the bed goes. So I think the solution would probably be 2 smaller, narrower windows that can be to the side. I don't really see a tall, clear story kind of window being appropriate to the design. So I think that probably more 2 windows on either side of the bed, narrower, smaller, but in keeping with the language of the windows plans that you've got now. So those are my comments. Overall, I'm in support of the project. I think you've done a good job. I think the use of natural materials is well done. Will blend in with the neighborhood, even though it's considerably larger, but still you've done what you needed to do to make sure that it is blending. So I appreciate that.
Sorry. Yeah, overall, I do support this project. I think you all did a great job with the design. I know in those like areas it's a little bit more difficult, but I think you all hit it right on the nail. But I do agree in regards to the window, maybe something smaller, thinner alongside that side. But other than that, I do support this project.
I concur with my fellow board members. I think this, I appreciate the plans a lot. They're very clear, and you even went so far as to do a diagram of your neighbor's windows, which I greatly appreciated to understand why you're placing things where you are and for privacy purposes. I also think you did a great job of breaking down the massing of a larger home. It can be challenging, and it looks great. I also appreciate the materials and how you used the stone veneer at the base of the home, so it makes the house seem smaller still. So yeah, overall, I support the project as well. The one window, I concur. One item I was gonna recommend, I don't know if everyone noticed, on the back facade, the rear elevation, A6, there are a lot of lights, and I just wanted to, I mean, I feel like they could be reduced in half, maybe on the first floor. It felt like a lot of lighting, but I wanted to open that up to discussion with the board too, and see what do you guys, what you feel about the lighting in the back. And that's
It didn't bother me. I mean,
Okay.
they're all by doors, and they have patios back there, so
Okay.
it's facing the uphill, slope. So I didn't find it particularly offensive. I thought that the lighting on the facade was well done and located appropriately. Not in
It's
too many
particularly
other
at the
places,
front
yeah.
facade was fine. Okay.
Yeah, I
No
didn't
one
have-
else has an issue
I
with?
didn't
Okay.
have a particular issue with it either.
Okay. Great, thank you. And I guess that closes our deliberations. Does anyone have a motion?
I will move to approve the project with the so stated conditions. And with condition number 1, I would have staff perhaps reword condition number 1 for it to be two smaller windows,
So
which I
was
think is kind of there already, but.
Right, so introduce additional windows on the second floor on the left side. In this case, by introducing smaller, narrower windows on opposite ends of the wall.
Of the bedroom, yeah.
Bedroom wall. And what about your comment about the laundry? Because I did notice there is already a window there.
Yeah, I feel as though if we're putting the 2 slender windows already on the bedroom wall, that should suffice.
So, well, with that modification, so the 4 conditions remain with the exception of the one, and then I'll make sure that the applicant confirms it's the 3 and 12 roof pitch throughout. Well,
So-
okay, well, that was a motion by board member Simonian,
Second.
and the second by board member Welch to approve with conditions and the one revision to condition 1. Board member Simonian,
Yes.
board member Welch,
Yes.
board member Kaskanian,
Yes.
board member Chagayan,
Yes.
Madam Chair Lockruff.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. And at this time, we are going
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
to
I
the,
want to use the opportunity, thank you, Milka, for hard work between you and me. And I really appreciate your patience. So, well done.
Thank you.
all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Congratulations.
Good evening.
our Deputy Director, Vilia Zematitis, will be taking over along with Teresa for our
great.
next item.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Toledo. If you don't mind, board members, I just need a moment to bring up the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Great. Thank you for your patience. Chair Lockerup, congratulations, Design Review Board members. It's a pleasure to be in front of you to discuss the multifamily zoning amendments and objective design standards in residential zones. Before I begin the PowerPoint presentation, I'd just like to mention we've received a last-minute email request from Ara Malajajian, a very well-known and well-respected architect, and he has requested a continuance in order to study the items a little bit further to provide feedback. So it is up to the board whether or not to grant that continuance.
I see. I would say we're very lucky that everyone's here today. Exactly. So I think we'll continue with the meeting today, and I'm sure there'll be other opportunities for him to comment. This is going back to City Council, for instance, correct? Or
Yes,
so
actually.
yeah.
Yes, we
So-
will be actually taking your comments and feedbacks. We've actually met with another architect, and we'd be more than happy. We've also extended the invitation to meet with any of the homeowners associations and any other development community, whether it's an architectural firm or developer as well. So we've actually gone before the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council, extended our offers. So we will continue to do public outreach to these various groups and extend the invitation to meet in order to get their feedback to incorporate into the ongoing ordinance.
Great.
As well. So,
Thank you.
and yes, this item will be going before the Planning Commission prior to going back to before City Council.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good.
And just real quick question, so after we have the presentation today, will it be coming back to us as well, or is it going straight to planning, then city council, and that's it? Will it come back to design review board?
typically it would go on to a Planning Commission and then to City Council for introduction and adoption. If there are significant changes made, and if the board requests significant changes, and if we hear from the development community, the homeowners groups, the property owners, that there are necessary updates, we can obviously come back to the design review board as well to get your feedback on the revised ordinance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So,
Please proceed.
All right,
Look
thank
forward to
you.
it.
okay. So, before you, we have the multifamily zoning districts. It's a city map. The districts are outlined in red, and this particular project consists of two sets of amendments. One would be to the development standards themselves, okay? And then also we are proposing new objective design standards. Teresa's going to go into it a little bit in terms of the state statutes that now require objective, measurable, verifiable design standards as opposed to the guidelines that right now the board is using to evaluate projects. So, but again, this would be a set of new objective design standards, and we are also proposing a pattern book, and that would illustrate how to apply the objective design standards to projects. We have been working on this multifamily project for a little while now with the help of Crandall Arambula, a consultant firm, urban designers from Oregon, and using the SB2 grant funding. So let me get into it. The table before you is directly from our zoning code currently. existing multifamily development standards relate to 4 multifamily residential districts. They range from a low-density residential, which is the R3050, to a high-density residential, which is the R1250 zone. Residential density is based on the lot width, except for in the R3050 zone, which is essentially a duplex zone. But the other particular zones are based on, like I said, the 90-foot lot width. If you have a lot width that's less than 90 feet, it would just correlate to the district title. R1250 would be 1,250 units per acre. R2250 be 1 unit for every 2,250 square feet, based on lot width. Floor area ratio, which would be the building area in regards to the actual site area. And again, it increases as the density increases. We have setbacks, which are currently based on minimum and average setbacks for each floor. I'm going to get into that later on in another slide. We talk about height. This is based on lot width. Again, if you have a lot width less than 90 feet in width, you can have a 2-story, 26-foot high building. If you have a lot width that's wider than 90 feet, you're allowed a 3-story building up to 36 feet in height. And actually 41 feet if it's a sloped roof. And last but not least would be open space. All multifamily residential projects right now require 40 square feet of private open space in the form of balconies and patios, as well as 200 square feet of common open space. Just to give a little bit more detail regarding the densities, they're focused on that 90-foot threshold, meaning the larger the lot, the more density you get. And so it sort of incentivizes lot consolidation. So for instance, in the high-density residential, you're looking at our 1250 standards, density by right, 34 dwelling units to the acre. If you have a consolidated lot, 100 feet wide, you're looking at going up to 43 units to the acre. And then obviously the table goes into greater detail with the various options for density in the other residential districts. Just to note, no density changes are proposed as this project. So the densities are going to remain the same. We do address other development standards and we are addressing obviously objective design standards, but the densities themselves are remaining the same. The reason why we're doing this is that we've heard from the development community and from the public at large, they cannot make projects that reach the ultimate density potential based on zoning code. And that's because of the development standards. We've been told time and time again from the Housing and Community Development Department at the state level, you need to streamline housing. You need to make it transparent. You need to make it easier and more predictable. Objective standards, not subjective standards. And so that's one of the reasons why we're before you here today, is to ensure that these development standards moving forward are going to provide the predictability, the objectivity that's required for streamlining housing development, and then also to ensure that some of these standards are then amended in order to make sure that this density that's available at these zoning district levels can be achieved. One of the things that we've heard from the development and community and the public over and over again, Glendale has what we call affectionately the wedding cake setbacks. So the higher the building goes in terms of number of floors, the greater the setbacks are from the interior property lines and from the front property line as well. So you'll note here, outlined in red, what would be a typical building massing based on today's setback requirements in the multifamily residential zone. Another comment that we've been hearing from the public, well, our open space standards pretty much are left behind. They're pushed at the rear. You don't have accessibility to the open space from all of the various units, and it's sort of a forgotten type of amenity, which doesn't really even become an amenity. It becomes someone's private open space for the rear unit. So with that said, we are proposing a series of amendments to the development standards. Just to go down the list, density, there are no changes to the density. So just to make sure that anyone out in the public is concerned that, oh, you're raising the density at this point, you're building more units. We're not. We're just making sure that what the density levels we have in our zoning code can actually be achieved by these amended development standards. Floor area, again, there are no changes to the maximum floor area at this point in time. This doesn't relate to density bonus projects, and so those are a separate item. Density bonus projects that include affordable housing components by state law are allowed to go ahead and exceed both the density, typically the floor area ratio, and any other development standards that the developer is allowed to based on the number of concessions and the number of waivers they're granted by state statute based on the level of affordability and the number of units. So this is only speaking to the by right projects. We're not speaking to density bonus projects that can actually exceed any of these development standards. Moving on, lot coverage. Right now, lot coverage is limited to 50% of the lot for all multifamily residential zones. We are proposing to increase the lot coverage maximums for the higher density zones, which would be the R1650 and the R1250 zones. We're proposing to eliminate the wedding cake setback standards. And so we're going to go into a little bit more detail in the objective design standards, but the wedding cake standards are going to be gone. Height, the codes will allow 3 stories by right for all projects, whether or not they're on a 50-foot wide lot or a 100-foot wide lot. And that's also consistent with our housing programs and our housing elements. So this is something that the state has essentially directed staff to address. We are also updating our open space standard. Teresa Santolina, who's a senior planner who's been working with us as well, she's going to go into the actual objective design standard regulations, but she's going to also talk about how the consultant has come up with a rather unique concept in terms of providing common open space on the ground floor to break up the mass, but this common ground floor open space, what we are going to call COSA, a common open space amenity area. It's going to be referred to as common COSA. And my apologies. That it's going to be a percentage of the lot area as opposed to the 200 square feet per unit. It's going to be a percentage of the lot, which is a different concept. And last but not least, for projects that are going to be 7 units or less, and what we refer to as a 6-pack development on a 50-foot wide by 150-foot deep lot, you typically see like a six-unit townhouse project. Those particular projects will no longer have to provide a common open space. They will be allowed to instead substitute their common open space requirement by providing that area as a private open space. So it's much, for the smaller projects, this is something also that would be more amenable to having their outdoor living a little bit larger and not having to provide a common open space that gets left behind. With that, I would love to turn it over to Teresa Santolina, the senior planner who's been working on the projects.
Thank you, Villia. Good evening to you, board members. It's nice to be with you this evening. So after we got a little bit of background from Villia on the project, we want to move into the objective design standards themselves. But before we do that, we just want to talk a little bit about the goals that we set out for ourselves when we initiated this project. As Villia mentioned, the city retained Crandall Arambula as our consultant. They helped to create the concepts behind our objective design standards, and they also created all of the graphics that we have in our PowerPoint tonight. The project has a few overarching goals, keeping in mind that we do need to streamline that entitlement review process per state law. First, those standards do need to be measurable, verifiable, not subjective like the guidelines that we've currently been using. This is also in line with recent state legislation that includes SB 35, which is the streamlined approval of affordable housing. SB 167, which is the Housing Accountability Act, and SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. All of these laws prohibit cities from enforcing new design standards that are not objective standards. So the state has really come to local municipalities and said, you have to take away some of this subjectivity and allow more objectivity for a clearer process that would have clearer timelines attached to them as well. We also wanted to ensure that the new standards would be organized in a familiar format. So going from site planning to massing and scale into those architectural elements, that's similar to how the Tropico standards were written. It's a familiar format for our applicants. And we also wanted to create standards that would be reflective of typical conditions here in Glendale. So we typically have lot widths that are 50 feet wide, 100 feet wide, 150 feet wide. We wanted to keep that in mind as we were working through the standards. And the standards do introduce a couple of new concepts. Villia mentioned the COSA. The intent behind having that ground floor open amenity space would be to reduce the boxiness of development that can be created. And finally, the new objective design standards are endeavoring to create minimum material and design standards so that we can ensure some quality development here in the city. Okay, so we'll move right into the site planning concepts. As Villia stated, all of the setbacks that are in the code currently increase for each story as the development moves up in height through the building. The objective design standards propose to have the same setbacks applied to every floor of the building. So therefore, the front yard setback requirement would be a 20-foot minimum, 23-foot average. That's our current first story requirement. Now it would be for the entire height of the building. As far as the interior setbacks go, applicants would actually have two different options. The first option would be a 5-foot minimum interior and an 8-foot average minimum interior. Now that is the current first floor minimum and average. Again, that would be carried up through the entire height of the project. The other setback standard that an applicant could choose would be a 6-foot fixed setback. Now, projects that are proposing to use the 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average would have to set aside 10% of their lot site for that COSA area. And if someone chooses to go forward with a 6-foot minimum setback, then 15% of the lot size would be required in the COSA. And our consultant provided some massing concepts for discussion to show how those COSA requirements would affect the overall building bulk and mass. The COSA in the middle of the building here would break down the building to create a mass towards the front of the parcel and a mass towards the rear of the parcel with less mass in the middle. So this image is showing the massing for the 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average, 10% COSA. And here we have the 6-foot with 15% COSA. And here we have another site plan. This is a 50-foot wide lot. This one has the COSA moved up to the front corner of the building. This would serve to reduce the mass of the building from the public right-of-way. COSAs are required to have minimum dimensions based on the lot widths. So lots that are less than 90 feet wide would have a minimum dimension of 15 feet. Lots that are greater than 90 feet wide would have a minimum dimension of 30 feet. And all COSAs would be required to be placed outside of the required setback areas. So here is a site plan that shows the 100-foot wide parcel, which would trigger that larger 30-foot COSA dimension. Here we could see how the centralized courtyard COSA could look again, using that 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average, and 10%, as well as that fixed 6-foot setback and 15% COSA. And here we have the massing concepts that would apply for this larger width. Here is the 10% COSA, and here we have the 15% COSA with the 6-foot fixed setback. Finally, we have a couple of site plans for the 100-foot wide lot with the COSA located at the front corner. And our site planning standards are going to include a few other topics, parking and vehicular access, landscape and hardscape design, walls, fences, and gates, utilities and mechanical equipment, outdoor lighting, and trash collection areas. So that is the basic site planning organization of the ordinance. We're going to continue to move through these objective design standards, but when we finish up our presentation, we'd love to have a conversation. And some of the things that we would like to hear from the DRB, some feedback we'd love to get, is how about those new setback standards? How comfortable do those feel? The interior setback, if an applicant came forward with a 6-foot setback standard and an applicant next door or to the rear came forward with the same, you'd be looking at about a 12-foot separation all the way up. Is that enough of a separation? We'd love to hear some feedback about that. The COSA, as Villia mentioned, now basing that open space on a percentage of lot rather than per unit square footage. Is that the best approach to get these common usable open spaces? Is a reduced per unit square footage requirement more appropriate? Lot coverage, as Villia mentioned, we have that 50% maximum right now, with the proposal to increase that coverage percentage in our higher density zones. What percentage would be appropriate? And any other comments, of course, are going to be welcome. Okay, so now we'll move into the massing and scale section of the objective design standards. Here we have a couple more new concepts to introduce. These are the concepts of horizontal and vertical modulation. These standards aim to create visual interest to reduce boxiness, again, of those building forms. Horizontal modulation is defined as variations across a facade, including offsets, protrusions, projections, recesses, or indentations that'll break up the horizontality of a building. Whereas vertical modulation is defined as variations in height, such as height transitions that could be created by stepping back the upper stories of a building. The massing and scale standards also include facade articulation regulations, which will introduce additional architectural elements that will also speak to that massing and scale. So horizontal modulation will be required across building facades in the form of recesses and projections. The objective design standards will also add a couple new definitions. Believe it or not, we don't have a definition for facade in the code right now, so facade would be defined as exterior wall or face of a building. We also will be introducing this concept of facade segments, which is defined as horizontal sections of a building facade bound vertically by corner edges. So, thinking of that horizontal modulation, building facades that are greater than 40 feet in width would be required to be broken into at least 2 different facade segments, and buildings that are greater than 100 feet in width would be required to be broken into at least 3 segments. The standards will require that the modulation span from the ground all the way to the top of the building wall, and that the recess of the projection be a minimum of 10 feet wide and 4 feet deep. Vertical modulation standards, stepping back those upper stories, are going to apply under certain circumstances. For example, when a multifamily development project is directly adjacent to a single-family zone, the upper stories of the multifamily building would be required to be stepped back 10 feet when it's adjacent to that single-family zone. And also considering density bonus projects, staff is proposing that any additional height in a density bonus project be shifted to the rear of the property, and that a 10-foot step back would also be required along the rear property line in that case. And finally, the massing And scale standards are going to include some facade articulation ideas that would create modulation across the building facades. We have the options shown here. We're actually going to get more in depth on these as Villia takes us through the pattern book in just a few minutes. Okay, so that's the gist of our massing and scale section of the objective design standards. Again, just want to plant some seeds for our conversation as we move through this presentation. We would love to hear our thoughts on the facade segment lengths. Are those too long, too short? Do they make sense? Also, regarding vertical modulation, the proposed 10-foot step backs at the upper floors, is that enough for a density bonus project that might be taller, or is it too much? The location of the fourth floor massing for a density bonus project right now shifted towards the rear to kind of maintain the streetscape feel of the project, but would it make more sense to put it in the front or across the entire building? If it's in the front, would a step back be appropriate in that case? And also, we have yet to draft the vertical modulation standards on sloped properties. This might come into play when you have multifamily zone next to a single family zone at a lower elevation. So any initial comments or thoughts about how we would address that situation would be welcome. Also, if there's any facade articulation options that we would like staff and the consultant to consider, we would love to get those comments as well. Okay, and finally, we're going to move into our architectural element standards. The new standards are going to include regulations that are pertaining to primary and accent materials, primary and accent colors, roof design, fenestration, the location, materials, and colors of balconies, the materials and details of awnings and canopies, and then also standards pertaining to building entries and lobbies. So a number of both flat roof and pitched roof options are going to be available within the objective design standards. The municipal code currently allows a sloped roof to go up to 41 feet maximum, as Villia mentioned. That standard would remain the same, and the sloped roof options that would be incorporated into the objective design standards include hip shed roofs, mansards, gable roofs, and an articulated roof line that would allow an accent roof feature. And then for the flat roofs, the code currently allows a flat roof up to 36 feet. Again, that's not proposed to change. The standards would allow for uniform flat roofs as well as stepped flat roofs. And then on this slide, we also have just another concept about that step back for density bonus to get another perspective on that vertical modulation feature. And the architectural elements are going to also have a detailed look at fenestration options. Both of the roofline options that we took a look at and these fenestration options are going to be looked at in more detail as Villia takes us through the pattern book in just a second. And so, again, just planting some seeds for our conversation coming up. Any feedback we have on this architectural elements section, we would appreciate. Materials are going to be very important. Which ones do we want to encourage? Are there materials that we would like to prohibit? Colors. Should colors be regulated at all? Should we prohibit neon colors? Are we going to prohibit a building being just all white? Would we like to see any kind of color regulation? Feedback on the roofline design options, also on the fenestration options that have been provided, and any other architectural elements, options, or comments would be welcome as well. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Villia. She's going to take you through the pattern book.
Thank you.
Okay. So we realize that this is a lot of information, and to help individuals see and visualize what these objective design standards would relate to in real life, we've come up with the help of, obviously, the consultant, what's called a pattern book. This pattern book would not be a part of zoning code, like the objective design standards or the zoning amendments. Those are actual zoning code changes to the residential district chapter. This would sort of be a standalone document, the same way that the design guidelines are a standalone document. This is a living, breathing, we can change this without having to go back and do a zoning code amendment. This is just draft, mind you. We try to incorporate both local examples as well as examples you would see online or driving throughout any other city in Los Angeles County. So to start off with this pattern book, obviously, we start off with the massing and scale of the building in regards to the vertical and horizontal modulation. So any project would have to comply with the vertical and horizontal modulation standards in the objective design standards. So once you know how many segments you have, okay, this would be whether or not the building is wider than 40 feet or over 100 feet, depends on the number of segments you're going to have. And also, obviously, the vertical, the number of stories you're going to have. Then you can apply these three options. Facade articulation to cut down the massing of the building and to break it down into into rhythms. Then to apply the roof line designs. And last but not least, the fenestration. So you have options to choose from. So to begin with, architectural facade. Yes.
Are we encouraging to pick one of the three or all three?
You would have to apply all three to each facade segment. So each of these facade segments would have to include an articulation, or let me go back. Each of these facade segments would have to include an facade articulation option. And that can range from a simple, I'm going to go through it, but the simple banding, a frame elevation, recessed balconies, projecting bays, a recessed notch, but each facade segment would have to include one. Then for roof line, obviously each segment is either going to have a pitched roof or a flat roof. And last but not least, each facade segment is going to have some sort of fenestration design. And as I move forward, the articulation facade, these would be among the options. But again, if the board has any other options that you'd like us to consider and add to this list, please, this is the time to do so. We'd love to have your feedback. The 6 options that are currently in the pattern book and in the objective design standards include horizontal bands, frame projections, a horizontal recessed notch, projected bays, recessed balconies, and a vertical recessed notch. So in terms of horizontal bands, these are 3 visuals. The upper photograph is actually on Kenwood Avenue, just north of City Hall, where you have these horizontal bands that are located directly on the floor plate. Standards would include a minimum height and a minimum depth of an application. This would be for the horizontal band option. You can instead provide a frame projection. And so these would be images of what would be considered a frame projection. You can have the same type of modulation, articulation across the entire building or across just one facade segment. So it is up to the designer to allow some creativity and design liberal application.
But within that segment, you can only pick one?
Within that segment, you could only pick one, correct. Another option would be a horizontal recess. The photo actually, the upper photo is actually on Adams Street here in Glendale. The other examples obviously are elsewhere, not in Glendale, but represent what would be considered a recessed horizontal notch, which would have a minimum 2-foot depth. It would only be applied on the first floor. Another option would be projecting bays. Now, these could be projecting bays, architectural bays. They can be window projecting bays. We have both of the photographs on the left-hand side are the upper one is from Glendale, the lower one is from Los Feliz, and then the 2 ones on the right are more modern interpretations elsewhere. So again, you'd have standards for the minimum depth of 1 foot, the maximum projection depth of 4 feet, and a minimum width so that it be substantial. Another option would be recessed balconies. Again, we try to incorporate a pictorial example. The upper one is on, I believe, Louise, and so you'll notice that this is a mid-century building, but they use recessed balconies to add depth and articulation across a facade. And the other examples are as well. The objective design standards would include a minimum width, a minimum depth, and this would be consistent with the new objective or the new regulations for private open space, which would essentially be a minimum 50-foot private balcony.
So
Yes,
a question. So on the recessed balconies as a standard here, the picture in the lower right, does that include also horizontal bands that would not be allowed or not?
I believe, let's double check. I think you can actually have 2 articulation facade elements.
Okay, so it is not just one within a segment.
We will verify that, but I think that there are options that are included that depending on what the options are chosen.
Mhm.
And Teresa's looking up, so if you just allow us 1 minute, we'll get that answer for you, but I'm just going to continue on.
Okay, well, in a related question,
Yes.
go back to that same slide. The picture just to the left of that, where there's the balcony on the upper floor, the segment of the wall that is recessed there, is that a separate segment, or is that all part of the one segment that faces that facade?
So the images before you do not represent all of the zoning standards. These are just pictorial images of what a balcony
Oh,
can be.
I understand. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding the
Of course.
definitions of these things
Yes.
based on these real-world examples.
Yes. So the 2 lower ones, I believe, would only have to, in this case, would only have to be one segment, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So the lower one, I believe, is less, on the left, is less than, is less than 40 feet in width, so it would not have to have multiple segments. The one on the right probably is a little wider than 40 feet, but it does not show the differentiated segments. That's something also that the board consider. Do you even need to have a differentiated segment along the front elevation if you're going to have, the minimum and averages? So that's something, the layering effect of that. Do we need one for a building that's on a 50-foot wide lot? Perhaps on a building that is on a 100-foot wide lot, you might like to have facade segments that have like a differentiated recess or projection, but maybe you don't need one for a multifamily residential project that is on a 50-foot wide lot that's only 40 feet wide, so.
And going back to the question as to how many architectural features would be needed, the code, the way it's currently written, up to 2 per facade segment. However, again, if that seems too limiting, that's certainly something that we can incorporate.
And last but not least, among the options that are currently in the objective design standards would be the vertical notch. And so this would be essentially a recess that's a minimum 4 foot wide, a minimum depth of at least 1 foot, and it would be allowed to, go down to the ground floor, and it would go up to the parapet or the roof height. So a few examples, and the upper one on the upper right is actually one from Glendale on one of the streets just north of City Hall. So those would be the architectural facade options that would apply to the segments. Then you would take a look at the roof line. So there are pitched roof options and flat roof options. The code itself, I believe, is, again, it says pick 1, but the code is written you can pick up to 2 per facade segment.
The code also allows a mixture of both flat and pitched roof options.
The pitched roof options here before you would show gable ends. So those would include a shed roof, such as the upper right-hand photograph of a contemporary building. The upper left-hand side is actually a building also here in Glendale that just is one big, large gable end, and obviously gable ends on the lower one for a contemporary multifamily residential. You see also shed and hipped roofs here, examples of another pitched roof option that can be incorporated, some contemporary ones on the right-hand side, and actually the lower left-hand side is at Grainold and Glen Oaks. So we have a number of those fourplexes along Glen Oaks that actually show that hipped roof option. You have a mansard roof, which allows for the actual sloped parapet that surrounds any type of mechanical equipment on a flat roof at the center of the building, a mansard roof. 2 examples in north of Glen Oaks on the bottom, and I believe another one in Pasadena. Another flat roof option, or in this case would be a uniform roof line, standard that you see throughout Glendale as well. Flat roof examples, a contemporary, also a mid-century. And another option would be a stepped roof, where you actually have steps. It's essentially a flat roof, but that you actually have steps. Those, again, the steps would be a minimum 1 foot height dimension, a minimum 3 foot wide dimension, so that you actually, that might, if the board feels is too little, maybe you want a much more of a visible step type of roof line, you can increase those minimums as well. And actually, all three of these photographs are here in Glendale showing the step roof option. Also articulated roof lines, these would be special architectural roof elements such as at the corners or playing up, we have a historical one on the lower left-hand side, and the turrets, the ones that are on either side of the courtyard are actually here in Glendale as well. What has been also included is a step back. This would be for the density bonus projects. And again, this is the question of, is this really a separate type of roof line? Because essentially it is a flat roof. It's just a step back element that would speak also to vertical modulation in a building, especially when it comes to a density bonus project. Last but not least would be fenestration. So you've had these options. Fenestration options include vertical stacked windows. So they're all the same size except they're vertically stacked. You have several examples before you. Then there would be the horizontal stacked, which would be a horizontal emphasis as opposed to a vertical emphasis in the windows. Again, we have a few examples. The ones actually, the lower one and the one on the right are Glendale examples showing the horizontal stacked fenestration pattern. There's a pattern offset, which is a little bit, add a little bit more variety, a little bit more, less linearity, less on the grid, a little bit more playfulness. So you have some examples here. Again, minimum unit sizes, I apologize. It would be maximum window sizes and the arrangements as well. There's a curtain wall option. You'd see those perhaps on one of those larger scale buildings, as you have a curtain wall example here on North Central Avenue and a few other examples depicted. Grouped framed. So the example on the upper side is somewhat of a 1960s, 70s, where they actually frame the windows using a wood frame type of system design. And then you have also like a recessed frame, which would be the lower left-hand side, or a juxtaposed, colorful interpretation of a contemporary that's actually a framed element, adding some visual play. Or what's considered the ungrouped framed element. Better examples would be the one on the upper left-hand side. Again, this is actually from Louise and Dryden, I believe, or Louise and Dryden. But these would be grouped, unframed, minimum unit groups and alignments on center or the edge and whatnot. So that would be the pattern book. Obviously, this is a work in progress. We're We're trying to find additional examples, pictorial images. This would, again, this is the draft. And so if we have any comments on this, and hopefully after this greater detail with visual examples, you can provide a little bit more feedback in terms of, these architectural modulations, these facade segment treatment options. Are there more? Are there different ones? Do we need to modify some of the standards? Roof lines, the feedback on the roof designs, the pitches, the flat roof options, fenestration. Do we incorporate all that you know of? Are there ones that we haven't addressed? Do you think that, if we apply up to 2 fenestration options on a facade segment, is that too busy? Is that enough? Whatnot? And any other comments that you may have. So we are going to open up the meeting for callers. We have had some interest, and I believe that there is a speaker in the audience. Thank you for sitting through and hopefully providing us with your feedback.
Yeah, and thank you for the presentation. I know it's been a culmination of a lot of work, so thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. No, thank you. So,
I have some questions for staff.
Okay. Okay, great. Please proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for going through that. That was a complicated analysis to go through. My question is to staff and Ms. Semititis, you kind of alluded to it in the beginning with Mr. Alajaji on calling, is what sort of community outreach has there been with local architects that understand our current development standards, understand the current political environment, and understand the political changes that are coming down the pipeline from the state? And what sort of collaboration has been done between that group, which really live and breathe architectural work within our city, and these standards and objectives?
Yes, Board Member Simonian. We actually we've had a public meeting before the City Council on November the 7th, and we sent out notices to all of the development community that we have. This would include the local architects. Those individuals were invited to view and provide feedback during the initial presentation before City Council with regards to the site planning and the massing concepts. We have taken City Council's feedback. We obviously have done a lot of work in regards to the other various options as well. The development community, we actually sent out emails inviting all of the local architects that we have a list of. We've provided those individuals an email inviting them to the Design Review Board meeting for public comment. This is not fully done. We're inviting individuals to provide comments. We have actually had a number of individuals reach out. We've had a meeting with Alan Malikian, who unfortunately was not able to attend tonight's meeting. He provided us his feedback in regards to any concerns with accessibility, some of the common open space options as well. So we're providing that to you. We've also included the development community with a list of over 200 developers who have ever initiated contact with our housing division. So in that regards, we've been inviting individuals to come provide your feedback. We'll take it into consideration. We've met with the building official in regards to this. This is actually buildable. The urban designer, the consultant, has actually laid out plans. This is physically viable in terms of the projects themselves, and you can actually build higher densities than actually what is allowed by code today.
Thank you for that feedback. I feel as though, and before we get feedback from the community and before we really even get into, internal discussions, and I do remember, for instance, you specifically saying, hey, we're going to go to council, you should come and speak. But I feel as though with something like this, that's going to have such a drastic change in our development standards and objectives, succinct meetings where design professionals come in, architects come in, and there's a whiteboard, and each one of these items is talked about in more detail, where staff is able to get more of a holistic, realistic, feasible reasoning for feedback, how that might attribute to structural costs, how that might relate to structural diaphragms, seismic analysis, that will be affected by these kind of projections back and forth. That would be very difficult for an architect to come and have as a comment during council session. You're limited with minutes. Those council members are at 30,000 feet, not at the ground level, meaning not at the ground level of the within the weeds of details. And so I feel as though with a lot less significant changes, there have been many community meetings with a lot less significant changes in the past. And I do echo Mr. Malakian's thoughts, Ali Janja's thoughts, et cetera, in that there should be focused meetings where staff has taken some concise feedback as well. And that should have occurred actually before coming here, because then staff will have an opportunity to kind of dovetail some of those thoughts in, dovetail some of those features. And now, as you said, it's still going through the process, but I would strongly urge that to occur based on some comments here, but again, some working drawings, because it'd be hard for, I think, to have very detailed conversations about every one of these sections. We could tonight, but it might be a 15-hour meeting, for us to go into that kind of detail. And I do think that each one of these sections could be a town hall meeting of its own, and should occur with the community and also with design professionals, because they have very different objectives, different thoughts. Ultimately, that should be, I think, taken into consideration with something such a drastic of a change that's coming. So I just wanted to ask that question beforehand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
But that helps me to kind of understand the holistic type structure that we're working within. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no question.
Okay. Board Member Walsh.
Thank you, Chair. How does the code define a unit?
In terms of our zoning code or in terms of the building code?
Well, whatever would be applicable here, which I believe would be the zoning code. And let me tell you why I'm asking the question, because there's this reference to lower than 7 units on a property, but there's a trend recently where units are becoming more co-housing kind of things, where you might have a dozen bedrooms sharing one community kitchen. Is that one unit? Or how do we define that? So I'm just curious whether we have a clear definition of how we think about what is a unit.
The zoning code actually specifically addresses zoning code. I'm going to actually bring up the definition so that we are all. So, and I wish we could make this larger because that's, so a dwelling unit means a single unit providing complete independent living facilities for one person or household including permanent provisions for living, sleeping, eating, cooking, and sanitation.
Household can be many things.
Yeah, how do you define a household here? I'm just putting it out there. That's, you know, with recent trends in
Yes.
especially cohabitation, co-housing kind of things, it's something maybe to think about, because I could easily see somebody, you know, saying, oh, 7 units, I'll just make each one 12 bedrooms, but it's only 7 units, and so deviate from the intent behind the open space guidelines and stuff like that. So just putting it out there, so.
No, and that's a very unique point, because as different urban patterns emerge, such as cohabitation, such as communal living, things like that, that is something that's in flux that the zoning code then has to respond to. Then that's a very interesting proposition. For a multi-bedroom type of unit per se, you would still be limited, obviously, to the other development standards. You know, you'd be limited to density, which that would be 1 unit. You'd be limited to the setbacks, the floor area ratio. In this case, we did not even touch upon parking, which I know that that's a big conversation right now in regards to certain legislation that prohibits any parking minimums in high-quality transit corridors. So where does that leave, you know, the cities, the neighbors, the residents, the developers? So these are all very unique conversations to have in both the planning world and I'm sure in the architectural world as well. So, and speaking back to Board Member Simonian's point, you know, and that is a great idea, and we have tried to arrange one of these meetings, and perhaps we will have to revisit that again. It's just unfortunately, you know, it really depends on, you know, reaching out to the architectural community. We can set something up. We can invite the members of the public, you know, to have it, and perhaps we'll have to have 2 different ones, because I think when it comes to having a very technical conversation, such as moment frames and structural calculations and whatnot, it's, you know, it's 2 different types of audiences, even though we'd love to have the feedback in one public meeting. So we can definitely do that as well. But we also have to realize that the planning, you know, we definitely take into consideration, but we are, as planners, looking at balancing the different interests of various groups. We are not here for the development community. We are not here for the architects. We're not here for the owners in and of themselves. We're trying to look at this holistically.
Right.
What is the best possible solutions for the city at large?
Right.
You know?
And I would say as designers, you know, our goal is to make something nice for the communities. So I think that I think that's a really great suggestion too. And as people who are trying to deal with the wedding cake setbacks and things like that, might have some insight. That's great. And I just wanted to piggyback on your point regarding the number of units. I was wondering if you had, you said you've done some real world calculations on what you can get on a lot. Did you guys calculate, like for the smallest possible lot, you know, 50-foot wide, how many units could you get with this? Do you happen to know those numbers offhand, or? Yeah,
Our consultant did some of those preliminary
We're just curious where it landed.
He was showing us numbers like potentially 12 units on a 50 by 150. Now, of course, he's using very small unit sizes.
Right.
And in some cases, that would exceed the density of the code. And then, you know, we're under the presumption that we're in a density bonus type of situation, which then changes the development standards that would apply. But he did do those preliminary calculations.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, and it's interesting, I'm going to pull something up as it's so relevant to what we're talking about. Gavin Newsom just signed into law on January 1st, 2024, AB 1287. And it's very interesting because it goes beyond 50%. We're talking about 100% is what the state is, you know, dictating now on the cities and what it illustrates. And I'm just reading the summary on my phone here. To illustrate, using a project with a base density of 100 units, for example, if the project proposed to reserve 15% of the base units for very low-income households, plus 15% for moderate income households, the project would be entitled to 100% density bonus, 50% for the very low income and 50% for the moderate. Now, the reason why I bring this up is the wave that's coming towards cities from the state is an astronomical tsunami as far as density is concerned. And here we are kind of going through these objectives with a consultant from Oregon. And I say that with some humor attached to it, because what we have going and the housing shortage that we have going in California at the moment, and what we're trying to achieve, should be thought out with very concise examples of what is achievable density-wise, not hypothetically, density-wise. What sort of units will those result in? Are we talking about one bedrooms, or are we talking about studios that require a whole bunch of waivers for unit sizes, right? Which some of us have experienced. And so we really need to be not just looking at 34 units or 43 units to the acre, but double that, because that's what's coming. And that's what we need to be prepared for, because these changes happen every 10 years, every 20, not even 10 years, 20 years, right? When was the last time the development standards got tweaked? Many, many years ago. So I really do think that those difficult questions should occur at those public meetings, you know, where everybody is, from both sides, all advocates are able to bring forth ideas.
Yes, Board Member Simonian, and we see your point. We understand that density right now, there is a big push. We need housing in California. In regards to the recent legislation, up to 100% density bonus, we understand that. But we have to set a threshold at this point in time. And at this point, based on today's code, that threshold is going to be 43 units to the acre for a high-density residential zone. After that, you can use the state density bonus legislation and go up to 100%. So then you're looking essentially at 87 units to the acre, 87 units to the acre in our multifamily residential districts. You know, all the lots that are directly north. And so I think that if you were to, that is up to city council to decide whether or not are they interested in raising the density. Now, if you raise the density, obviously this becomes a much larger project, because this becomes this, it's...
I'm not proposing to raise the density. I just feel as though the design guidelines and the objectives need to be thought out in a manner that would be conducive, where if someone would come and ask for it, because if it's available statewide, they're going to ask for it. And if they're going to ask for it, and if our development standards and objectives are not in line with it, then these projects are going to have a lot of concessions and waivers. If they have a lot of concessions and waivers, and then there's going to be a lot of contention between the public, the planning department, this board, and builders and architects and developers, because they're not going to understand one another, saying, your project requires so many concessions and waivers. Why? Because it's too much. However, it's too much because of the fact that perhaps this should have been thought out beforehand for the next 10 years. And so that's where I think those meetings would be very helpful to eliminate contention in the future, because obviously that doesn't help anybody in the community.
Right. And I think in speaking to that point, and yes, we will meet with the architectural community, and that is something that we have consistently said that we are hoping to, have put ourselves out there to do, okay? We would also like to just point out that we have also heard loud and clear from our city council to ensure high-quality development that is well-articulated, that is not a big box. They do not want to see big box construction. And this is the city's opportunity, if that is the direction, where the city council, the boards and commissions, the public, because this is a public forum, if you are willing to and I don't want to use the word sacrifice because that has a negative connotation, but if the intention is to maximize the density and eliminate the architectural modulation options, any fenestration, regulations, any roof line, any additional setbacks or whatnot, we're fine. I mean, this is a public forum. We want to have this discussion. I think this is going to essentially come also at the state level, at the city council level. It's a public forum. We are here to engage everyone and hear everyone's side, but we just have to make sure that we have to realize that there are pluses and minuses to however you intend to go in which direction. If you want housing, you can get housing, and sometimes affordable housing developers are wonderful. And there's one on the tip of my tongue, not Ted Baker. Is it Ted Baker? That do high quality affordable housing. But we are also, as part of this objective design standards, we are setting the bar. Meaning we're setting the bare minimums, okay? You can, and I hear you because I know you're coming from a place as an architect and as a developer of multifamily. I hear you that all of this adds cost. Adding a vertical notch adds cost. Adding a frame adds cost. And I understand that, and that's what we're here to try to relay. And I know this is becoming more of a philosophical, planning discussion. We want to rein it back in. We want your feedback. We want to hear from the public. We want to go in that direction. So let's get back to the details itself, as well. We hear you loud and clear.
Yes.
We will reach out. We will schedule a meeting with our architects. We will hear your concerns. We will relay that also. And with the public at large.
And I believe Board Member Trigoyan has
I had a couple
comment.
questions.
Yes, of course.
So about what were we saying, COSAs?
Yes, the common open space
Okay.
area, yes.
How do the percentages you guys came up with compare to the per unit existing requirements?
They're less.
They are less?
Yes.
Okay.
We worked it out that if for a 50 by 150, if you're looking at a 6 or 7 unit project, you are providing less common open space than you would be if you were to provide the 200 square feet per unit of common open space. But again, that's something that we can discuss, because if the board feels that, the COSA is, does it need to be reduced? Does it, is there going back to a reduced per unit common open space requirement? Maybe you do half of it on the ground floor, half of it on a rooftop. I mean, this is for discussion.
Do you have additional questions?
I do, yes. So for the vertical modulation adjacent to single-family zones, the requirement is to step it back 10 feet above the second floor. Would that be, because the diagram you guys showed was just at the rear. If it were along the sides, it would be the entirety of the side would have to step back the 10 feet?
It's whichever property line is adjacent to the single-family zone designation. So in that particular graphic, yes, that was showing the rear, but yes, if it was adjacent on the side, that would also require the step back.
Okay. Okay. I think that's my only questions for now. There's a lot to take in.
Right, yeah, I have questions as well, but yeah, I'm just trying to think of I guess a very basic question is the current design guidelines that we're following. How are they integrated into this? Are they still active and then this supersedes in some way? I just wanted to know what happens to those guidelines in terms of these projects.
So the guidelines, Chair Lockhart, the guidelines were addressed where they were subjective. They were, I don't want to say objectified, but we try to create objective design standards. So that we have used the existing design guidelines for multifamily as a basis for the new objective design standards.
Okay, great, thank you. I think that's it for now. Thank you. And I guess, unless you have any additional things to add, we'll open the public comment. Are you no more questions? Okay, great. And we do have a speaker who's been patiently waiting here. Alan Durham, please come forward. Thank you.
Chair Lockeruff, members of the board, I'm Alan Durham. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a 30-year resident of Glendale. I'm also a board member of the Northwest Glendale Homeowners Association, as well as that association's representative to the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council. But this evening, I'm speaking only as a concerned resident. I'm not representing those groups. I attended the City Council meeting when the massing and scale proposals were presented. And at that point, there were not any of the specific architectural elements or design proposals included. And Villia made that clear, that those would be coming later. But the City Council has not formally seen the pattern book or the specific architectural elements being proposed. I remember Councilmember Devine's comment in reaction to the presentation. Is this going to just give us more boxes? We don't want to see any more boxes. She was assured by staff that it wouldn't result in more boxes. And of course, she didn't have the benefit of the architectural element designs to reassure her that they wouldn't be boxes. But to paraphrase Gertrude Stein, a box is a box is a box. To me, breaking up a solid box into multiple boxes, you just have a bunch of boxes strung together. It doesn't keep the building, I think, looking boxy from the street or the sides. I understand the, it's a difficult situation with the state laws being enacted, taking away city autonomy in terms of their own zoning and design standards. But I just don't like the multiple choice approach to the design elements. That concerns me. Pick a facade articulation, then pick a roof line from this chart, then pick fenestration, window and door arrangements from this chart. And it just seems like this is like Mr. Potato Head, and they still actually sell Mr. Potato Head. But it's like, take one of these and one of these and one of these and stick it together. And I don't see why this type of process guarantees excellent design results. It could if you have a good architect, but I think it doesn't guarantee it. And I'm still confused about, on the presentation slides, I think it usually said pick a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 2, and then when we get to the pattern book, it says pick one of these, pick one of these, pick one of these. That should be straightened out for future presentations, because it's just confusing to see that discrepancy during the presentation. The photos in the pattern book concern me. So many of the ones from Glendale are pictures of apartment buildings, maybe from the 40s into the 80s. They aren't great examples of mid-century modern design. I love mid-century modern, but I would not call any of those buildings pictured superb in design. They're very commonplace, and you see examples of them everywhere. And so I don't understand the relevance. No one's going to build something that looks like it was built in 1960. I mean, I don't think so. And therefore, I don't understand the relevance of those photos. I'd rather see photos of what can be designed from these architectural elements. And so, again, is this going to guarantee good design? But I really think the pictures should all be very relevant about the possibility of what could be designed with these architectural elements. And I'm confused about objective design standards and future design review. If a developer meets all of these requirements and picks one from, or two from this and that and the other, does that mean they will be exempt from any design review? You know, and if not, what kind of design review? Because I'm afraid, but it's not clear to me whether the whole design review process is being scuttled as long as somebody conforms to these standards, or that there will still be a process to evaluate whether the design is really architecturally satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you. Would staff, is it appropriate for staff to respond to some of the questions, or, yeah?
If you'd like.
That would be, yeah, I mean, that's okay. And then are there callers? I guess that would be.
There are no callers at this time. We'd like to remind everyone, I'm not sure if GTV, there it is. The number to call, if you'd like, is 818-937-8100. Again, that's 818-937-8100. We really do encourage members of the public, development community, anyone who wishes to speak, who has any comments whatsoever, to do so now. We would appreciate that. Mr. Durham raises a number of great points in regards to, the boxiness and the options. And yes, the pattern book, we will address the number in the future reiteration. The photographs that we try to show, we try to relay what is existing out there in Glendale. Some of them are not the best examples. There are no great stellar mid-century modern buildings that are portrayed in the pattern book. These were just we were trying to show local examples. We can definitely modify the pattern book to be a aspiration book as opposed to what is out there. So we can include photographs and proposed projects that that are aspirational in their depiction of the various options. The issue with the options and the Mr. Potato Head, while I completely understand that analogy, we are at this point in time trying to do the best we can, because when it comes to objective design standards, and this is where it's really very difficult to weigh the different features, how detailed is too detailed and how generic is too generic, because you are speaking to the minimum development standards, And so it's very difficult when it comes to, we don't want to be too prescriptive in that every building starts looking the same. And yet we want to include options so that individuals, the architects, the designers actually do have the opportunity to use their talents and to provide some great buildings. Hopefully, that is our intention, is to hopefully have these great architects come and develop in the city. They would obviously be limited to these objective design standards, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to avoid the individual that comes in and just tries to do the bare bones minimum, resulting in one large, unarticulated, unmodulated, big box lacking any design and any detailing.
And just to add on to that, the design standards that are put forth are not considering one particular architectural style. They're attempting to be flexible enough that an applicant and their designer or architect could come forward with multiple types of architecture. And so standards that you might see on a Mediterranean Spanish style are in there, but also features that you might see on a mid-century modern or, a craftsman-esque type of development. They're trying to encompass a very large group and not be super prescriptive about what type and what architectural style would have to be built.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have a question?
I do have a question, Madam Chair. Earlier, you mentioned that state law is. Earlier, you mentioned that state law is requiring objective design standards, and I could see that to allow builders, property owners, architects, et cetera, the public to understand the design guidelines. And so has that been, or have our current design guidelines been reviewed by the HCD, and have they come back saying that those are insufficient? Where is it stemming from? In other words, what's prompting us to make these changes? Have they specifically reviewed our design guidelines and said that they're too subjective?
No, HCD has not reviewed it. Those design guidelines were approved, and those still stand in place at this moment. There is state legislation that any project invoking the SB 330, the streamline, and I'm going to misquote that, or SB 35, Streamline Affordable Housing Act, which if you want to lock into place the existing planning and building standards, you have to meet a completed checklist item. And so in this case, requires approval of qualified housing projects based on objective regulatory standards. SB 167, which is the Housing Accountability Act, states that local governments may not deny, reduce density, or make infeasible housing projects that are consistent with objective design standards. So again, and last but not least, the SB 330 Housing Crisis Act of 2019 prohibits local jurisdictions from imposing or enforcing new design standards established on or after January 1st, 2020 that are not objective. So our standards, the guidelines that are in place are subjective, but they were established prior to 2020.
Understood.
Any new ones have to be objective design standards. And at the rate the state is going, and to answer Mr. Durham's question, the state might be taking away design review boards depending on whether or not a city has objective design standards, because they're going to say, if you meet these objective designs, if you meet objective design standards, you cannot have any discretionary review. So we are preparing, unfortunately, for that day. Or I should say, not unfortunately for that day, it's just we are trying to be planners looking ahead to the future.
Forward planning.
Correct.
Yeah. And I think that's very helpful for us to understand, and thank you for that feedback. I think that helps because it's always good to understand first the problem. What is the problem, and why do we have a problem? And if we first understand what the problem is, then we could come up with solutions of how to fix it. And so that was helpful for me, at least, to understand why we're going down this path and what we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just doing one last check that we don't have any callers.
We
at
have
this
no
time.
callers.
Okay, thank you. Then I will close the public portion of the meeting. And I guess, did you want to dive in chunk by chunk as we discussed?
That
Yeah.
would be wonderful.
Great.
And
Yeah.
again, I'd like to remind the public, this is not the first, this is not the first, this will not be the last. There
Right.
will be opportunities to provide feedback and to engage with staff. We welcome any comments that come in afterwards, anything written from anyone.
Okay.
I think this is a wonderful example of a dialogue of the concepts, the situations, the legislation that we're having to deal with right now. Hopefully, we've provided quite a bit of detailed explanation as to what is in the ordinance. So those individuals that might have received this, taken a look at this packet and seen, the 30-plus page ordinance or the 30 or 40-plus page, pattern book can now see how it works in totality.
Right.
Moving forward. So
Okay.
with that said,
Thank you.
yes, let us turn to, I think, the questions. And what I'll do is, if it's up to the board whether or not you'd like for me to bring up the
Could you bring
slides.
up that's what I was going to ask. Can you please bring up the slides, starting with the initial, zoning code changes, maybe we'll start there, or where you started in your presentation.
So 1 second. I'm going to actually. There you go.
Okay,
This
great.
would be the site planning.
Okay, thank you.
Unless you'd like me to go back to the actual development standards per se. This would be the. I apologize. These would be the development standards.
Might be a good
Yeah, I
spot.
think that's a good start.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what was that?
I was going to say that's a good start.
Oh, yeah, that sounds great. And would anyone like to kick it off in terms of questions or comments?
I'll kick it off.
Okay, go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank staff for taking the time to really put this together. This is a comprehensive plan. I mean, this is a very complicated plan, and it has a lot of moving parts, and I feel as though a lot of energy has gone into this. I could sense it. And so I think it's a very good spot for us to start off on and for us to kind of dive into. And as I indicated earlier, involvement, I think, will really fine tune it in so that there's probably, I don't know, a group of local architects that live and breathe Glendale. Where we understand the development standards, where we understand the codes, we understand the general perception of planning, preferences of planning, the preferences of the council members, the preferences of the different neighborhood associations, development patterns, what's worked, what hasn't worked insofar, what mistakes were made that caused issues. And so I feel as though that sort of input, coupled with a very in-depth understanding of what's coming around the corner, will allow us to provide feedback so that we have a more comprehensive design moving forward. Guidelines, objective design guidelines. Objective design guidelines. Standards. Objective development standards. And so that leads me to, as an overarching feeling that I got, I went through these, and I've been looking at them for 2 weeks, and I felt as though the last DRB hearing, where it was introduced to us, at least we were supposed to have looked at it, was a fortunate thing because it allowed more time, right? Several weeks here. And there is a lot to absorb. It is very complicated, and I found myself many times going back and forth, going, oh my goodness, how would that affect this and that? And it's very difficult to, I think, understand in totality all these different segments. Now, in regards to what's being proposed, I think putting the density aside, and we're keeping density as is, and then anybody that's willing to do a density bonus project could ask for whatever density bonus that they would like. So that makes sense. And so in essence, there's no need to change the density, and that's a far bigger discussion anyways to have. Now, in regards to the FAR, we're very limited with our current FAR numbers in order to meet the density allowed by the density bonuses, and so that's always going to be a concession. And our RENA numbers that we are basing of what could be built is difficult to achieve with our current FAR numbers, and those need to be amended. Now, that could be a concession in order to get that, but it is going to be a concession in order to achieve FAR. So I feel as though, not I feel as though, I know that if based on our current density, if we would like to apply density bonus densities projects, then the FAR is going to be one of the concessions, for sure. The lot coverage of 50% is very restrictive at the moment. It really governs, is the governing factor of design at the moment, because the common area, not just called COSA moving forward, at the moment COSA could be anywhere. But the 50% lot coverage really defines and sets the precedent at the moment. And so if we're reducing COSA, which I think is a phenomenal idea, it really does dovetail well with what's coming around the corner, then the lot coverage has to increase. And I felt as though staff suggested 60 or 70. I feel that if we're reducing the COSA, let's say from 7 units or less to nothing, to just private open spaces and field balconies, then it makes sense to have a 70% lot coverage. In fact, it will not jeopardize what we're trying to accomplish, because if you can't have COSA, if the COSA has been reduced, even on larger lots.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I have an emergency that I need to go to, so I have
I'm
to be
sorry.
excused.
Oh,
Okay,
Sorry.
okay, thank
Best of
you.
luck.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
And so if COSA is being reduced, then there's no reason not to increase the lot coverage, because of what I will go into as far as things dovetailing with one another. The reduction of setbacks is a good idea, coupled with some of the discussions that have happened with council, whereas before we used to be able to apply a setback concession on all sides. The front, interior, rear, street side, front, everything was one concession. However, now that's being divided, and I believe that we kind of spoke of where the street side is one concession, the front setback is another concession, and the interior setbacks are another. And so that's already quite restrictive in use of concessions, because if you would imagine, if someone's trying to achieve a 100% density bonus, those are 3 concessions right there that are just fly off the shelf. And so having the 6-foot minimum certainly makes sense. It's not too outrageous. In fact, I think it's spot on, considering those changes that have occurred with the way setbacks will be counted. Eliminating the 2-story on 90 feet or less and allowing 3 stories overall is a great idea. I feel as though there are some things that I'll go into in regards to height and stories. I do think that let's face it, any density bonus project is going to go higher. And if they're going to go higher, and to limit the upper levels to the back 50%, I think is a hindrance. And I think it's besides being a hindrance, it's just not good planning for several reasons that I'll get to as well. In regards to the open space requirements, and this is where these things get really tricky, and the way the consultant has laid out, which let's say on a typical 50-foot lot, if we're assuming interior setbacks are 6 feet, which is what, let's say, it'll be, and we're saying COSA is 15 feet. So now if we have a COSA width of 15 feet, that needs to fall within, outside
Of those setbacks.
of those setbacks. So we're talking about 12 feet of setback, 15 feet of COSA, now we're 27. Now, and there's a diagram, if we could toggle forward 1 or 2 diagrams forward, it was like a 3-dimensional model where, yes, let's say there. And so what the objectives, what the COSA are pushing for, the COSA being in the front 80% of the lot, is resulting in that sort of a building typology, which is very much reminiscent of 1940s courtyard design. It's not where we are today, and it's not where we will be going. And so if we imagine a 50-foot lot, which let's say that is, and we have 6-foot interior setbacks on either side, and a 15-foot COSA, so that was 12 plus 15, 27. 27 minus 50 is 23 feet left. We're going to need a corridor connecting those 2 ends of the barbell. And that corridor is, let's say, another 5, 6 feet right, with walls, et cetera. 27 minus 6, now we're down to 21 feet. So that unit in the middle is only going to be 21 feet. Yeah, and so how buildable is that? And I could tell you it's not. And so what it results in is waivers and concessions to get around that. And that's what I think we need to be cognizant of, is not to create situations that are going to burn through these multiple waivers and concessions, and the state's coming back saying, you could ask for as many waivers as you want, because they know this is happening on a local level, but that doesn't create a very friendly situation between the public, between the builders, between the architects, landowners, neighbors, et cetera. It shouldn't get to that point. And so the idea of the COSA being in the front 80%, I feel as though is completely going in the wrong direction. I feel as though rooftop decks that cost more to build, of course, they're harder to maintain. We get it. It's just, you got to waterproof the top area, it costs more, et cetera. However, for an urban infill setting, it's where the future is, right? Because the residents could go up there, they get light, they get air, and they're not really bothering so much as the next building, but ultimately they're all going to get developed. Why do I say that? 100 years ago, let's say there were a lot of farms in the area, right? And then these farms got subdivided, and I've used this analogy in the past, into 5,000 square foot lots. And then these 5,000 square foot SFRs got developed into multifamilies with zone changes. And now these 2 and 3 stories, 1940s, are going to go higher in density. And so I feel as though limiting the COSA to the front 80%, and even limiting it on the ground level, is in the wrong direction. Yes.
Sorry. Oh, no, go ahead.
With COSA, I feel as though if we're going to reduce it, we should just leave it as is and say it's reduced, and you could put it wherever you want to put it. And if it's at the rear of the property, so be it, but my guess is they're not going to end up at the rear. They're going to end up on top, and that's not a bad thing. So those are some of my thoughts on just what's on the board here.
Do you have other thoughts on that as well?
Yes, thank you. Like Mr. Simone, I'm going to start at a slightly higher level, and then I can drill down. So I also very much appreciated that last comments that you made and about, state law and the objective design standards, all of that, because it is very informative to me, to the public, to understand that we may be going towards a future where this is more robotic and driven by specific objective standards, allowing less flexibility. And I think that that's where I've been struggling with all of this, because I look at these standards and I'm thinking, okay, like Mr. Potato Head here, it's like this is something we can program into an AI machine and out comes the designs, and that's, I don't think, what we want, but we have to balance these restrictions and the prescriptiveness of this, because I do think it's a little prescriptive, generally speaking. But, if we're putting this in place to prevent that boxiness and allow or not allow, the least common denominator kind of thing, I understand that. So it's just a balance that we have to figure out here, because what I was looking through this, I was like, where's the creativity? Where's the design standards? Where do we put, wavy roofs in this when we don't have that as an option on the menu? There's a lot of creativity that can be suppressed because we're putting in these more restrictive standards. And, my concern very much is that at the end of the day, we're going to get a bunch of AI-driven copycat designs, and it's going to look no better than it does today going down Central Avenue. But at the same time, I don't want us to, fall afoul of the laws and yet not have something in place that will protect the general idea that we want well done, well articulated, thoughtful, respectful designs. So this is generally what I have been struggling with all of this. But since we're on this section, I do have some thoughts about this specific, and it's mostly also about the common open space. I don't quite understand where the 80% forward is really coming from, because I look at the sections where you show on the front portion, so you can put it on the front portion adjacent to the front setback, but you can't do the same thing on the rear. Well, what if the rear has better sunlight view, and is actually a much nicer space, maybe there's neighboring trees, So I think that it's restricting in a way that is not going to lead to the best outcomes. In particular, from a floor planning perspective, it's going to really create limitations in how these things can be done. So I agree. I think that being able to put it on the roof, not requiring it to be on the ground floor, is probably something that we should adopt. I think that roof patios are actually very nice, and actually sometimes better than what you can accomplish with a ground floor, little courtyard where you have no privacy and people are just looking down at you, and half the time people are walking through, it's not the same kind of an experience. So I think limiting that is not necessarily a good idea. And even frankly, the idea of keeping the common open space outside of the setbacks. And if we're talking about interior setbacks, why not use it? If it allows you to create a better, more cohesive space, fine. You can put a limitation on it, maybe say no more than X%, can be in the setback area, but accepting the front setback, I don't see why the side setbacks and the rear setback can't be used in that way more successfully, and given the design constraints. So those were my real thoughts about this. And again, we'll talk more about some of the other things, but the only one other thing was this very specific one on in the planters section. It says a minimum 50% of the required landscaping shall be in raised plots, and the remaining shall be at the same grade as the adjacent paving, and it must have a minimum depth of 24 inches. That's going to be very difficult with podium setups to create some kind of a foundation and concrete structure like that. So I think that really needs to be looked at in terms of a minimum standard here, because it's going to be very difficult to do with most of the designs that are going to be put forward. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Chugoi.
Thank you. Thank you guys for putting this presentation together. I mean, I know there's clearly a lot of work and a lot of planning that has gone into all of this, and it's not an easy task or to fill. So it was a lot of information. I appreciated the background for all of it. I, high level, am just, gut feeling like the kit of parts approach, like, just doesn't work with design and architecture. Just, that's not how we're trained, right? Like, so to take, to try to just simplify a process that really needs to be site-specific, contextual, like, you can't just say, here are all your parts and piece them how you want to, as long as you check the boxes, you're good to develop, right? That's the struggle I'm having with the approach, personally. So I feel like it's too prescriptive. It's going to limit a lot of creativity and flexibility for design, and site-specific planning and all of that. So that's where I'm struggling with this. But I mean, in reading the report and saying how our guidelines can be subjective, requiring personal interpretation of their meaning and application, and having lengthy reviews. This is aimed to basically help eliminate that. Well, I think even this approach can start to now be subjective in itself. Like, you know, you start with step one and you pick minimum 3 facade segments. Well, somebody can come in and pick 3, and for each segment, they can pick a articulation of the facade. And then, so you're just gonna end up with like, and then for each articulated facade, they can pick a fenestration and a roof type, right? So I feel like you're just gonna get this hodgepodge of types and not necessarily a holistic, you know, thought out design for, you know, where buildings, you know, we talked about there's different styles, and you mentioned actually that this menu of options, they're encompassing a large variety of styles, but that's not necessarily a good thing to be able to pick and choose from all those different types of styles and pull them together if it's not going to be cohesive and, you know, one language and vocabulary for just architecture, right? So that's where I'm struggling with it. I don't know what the answer is, but, you know, I agree, like the open space, you know, limiting it, and then even the density bonus step back of the 10 feet, and if you're adjacent to a single-family home, like what does that do to the design overall? Because now this new level is going to step back 10 feet on an entire interior setback that really can change the form and even the function of the building, right? So we're talking about the diagrams you were showing, really the only option you're left with is a corridor in between 2 masses, and that is really going to end up being cookie cutter and not necessarily a good thing, right, at the end of the day. So I don't know. It's a hard one to try and pinpoint how, you know, what would make it better. It's a challenge.
Thank you. I was just going to say that overall, I do really appreciate the efforts that you put in. Like everyone mentioned, I can see the amount of sometimes the most simple looking things are very complex, and I'm sure you went through a million different options and how to crystallize this and make it look just, you know, easy and palatable for everyone. And I appreciate the photos too of what you're thinking. I agree that with my colleagues that it becomes concerning in terms of creativity. And I think that, like you mentioned with the, you know, round shapes and the, you know, different we'll get more into it, but butterfly roofs. There's a million roof types I could think of that aren't really represented here, and I think that I guess if you are going this route, maybe developing a way for new typologies and like things that we can't even imagine right now in the future. How do those get implemented or addressed without like these long planning process to implement it then into code again? And so I guess that would be my question to you, is like how do we plan for future ideas? You know, a designer comes to you with something amazing. I think one of the first projects I had on the board was a home that didn't necessarily completely fit the design guidelines, but it was a really cool design. And I think because it was there was for variation, it met design guidelines in that way. And I think as a board, we all agreed that this was very interesting. It had round windows, which aren't in the packet. And so, you know, just that, I was just going to say that, thinking about that creativity, I think is how to address that and inject that into this is really important. Mm-hmm. And then, just in terms of what we're discussing right now, I'd say density and FAR, that's great. I mean, of course, the bonuses are great in there and needed, really. We do need the housing. But lot coverage, I agree with Board Member Simonian. You had asked this question in the packet, and I think increasing lot coverage is a good idea. Setbacks, I think this is one of the things I was most excited about was the percent setback versus having these multiple step backs. Having a percentage to play with was a really great idea, where you could do you know, I'm not percent, but the overall goal is 8 feet, you know, percent of the average. Yeah, thank you, the average, not percent. confusing it with the open space. And in general, the height being larger makes sense as well. I'm on board with that. The open space, I agree that it's challenging with the smaller lots specifically, but so maybe it's the bigger lots that you do bring it to the front. There might be a way to address that with the bigger lot situation. Maybe the smaller lots, yes, we have to go to the roof because there's just no room for this density without doing that. But I think I do think that as, you know, someone like living in an apartment building, having that central space, it does function well to bring community together. So I see why you were going that route, but it just, for the smaller one, as you saw, it's just tight and hard to make functional. I think that's it for this board, for this particular slide, but I guess we can move on.
Do you mind if I have
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I heard consensus actually with regards to the lot coverage increase. And so
Right.
we're looking at 60, 70. I know City of Burbank, we use that example in your staff report. You know, if you're adjacent to a or if you're within 500 feet of a single family residential zone, you're limited to 60%. If you're not adjacent to a single family residential zone, you can go up to 70. Is that something that the board feels comfortable with?
Sorry, I was going to say I am, but I'd love to hear your thoughts too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel as though it is going in the right direction, because if 7 units or less, let's say, and if there is no COSA, and what do you do with the rest of the site, right? You know, and you're already limiting it to, let's say, just private open space could be some downstairs, some upstairs. I think that's the way it's written. But what else do you do with it? And so I feel as though a 70% is much more palatable because it gives you flexibility for site planning, for doing creative stuff, and for looking at the context, for looking at the neighboring properties and try to figure out what is the best approach. It's not as much of a hindrance, and it really doesn't matter where you have everything else kind of working with it.
Okay. Consensus?
Yes.
I see nods. Okay.
Yes.
From all the board members. We're hearing the COSA at the ground floor might be a little too restrictive, and so we're going to address that also. That goes into our next section, actually, the massing and scale, because we're still on development standards. We still have 3 more sections to go, so I'm not sure if you'll want to take a break or not. But we're hearing that the COSA might be too limiting, too restrictive, that we need to allow for greater flexibility in terms of location, on lot, in terms of actual at grade versus on the rooftop. I mean, is it something that the board wishes to see more going back to, instead of having, because right now it's a percentage of the lot based on which option you're going to choose, correct? So you're either going 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average of setbacks with a 10% of the COSA versus a 6-foot minimum interior setback uniform, then with a 15%. I mean, we could consider, you know, reducing the minimum 200 square feet to go back to make it more equitable. So for the larger projects, you know, more units, that there is more equitable distribution in terms of open space based on a.
Right. And maybe it's not unit tied in a way, like you were mentioning, maybe it's massing tied somehow. I don't know if there's like a volume way to look at this.
It's interesting because if we're looking at 2 options, the 5-foot minimum and the 8-foot average setback results in, let's say, 10% as written, and a 6-foot minimum results in a 15%, let's say.
Yes.
It's really hard to, I think, answer that question without diagrams, right? We would need diagrams to really understand the consequences. However, I feel as though limiting the common open space, COSA, or relating it to a percentage of the lot size makes sense, you know, versus the unit numbers. And I feel as though if we just leave COSA alone for it to be wherever architects, designers feel is the most appropriate for that building, then
becomes a non-issue, because if we just set the percentage, then it could go anywhere.
As long as you meet the percentage, it's
Correct.
not about
It could-
minimum width and on the
Well,
ground
the
floor
minimum width
only.
maybe stays, let's say that, right now it's 10 feet, and other figures are being described, but again, without diagrams and how that affects density, how that affects design, it's hard to answer, but we're limiting where it could be placed on the lot. We're saying front 80%. We're saying it has to be on the ground level. We're saying it cannot be in the interior setbacks, nor in the front or the rear. Then we're saying on top of that, it needs to be this minimum dimension, and it needs to be this percentage of the lot. What's left, right? It's too prescriptive. Why are we going so far? I feel as though I don't remember really issues with common open space. We have more common open space really than most cities. We always have good common open space in projects. So I don't think it's much of a problem. I feel as though if we're saying it's a percentage of lot size, great. And if a minimum width, whatever staff feels is appropriate, great. And how big it is already talking about with the percentage, leave it alone. Let it be where it should be based on the project. That would be my thoughts, at least.
Can I throw something out?
Of
I mean,
course, yeah.
as a percentage of lot size is very exacting for every single lot, but some properties are developed with greater density than others. Might we could consider a percentage of the square footage of the building itself? So that would avoid the issue of units. If somebody builds, a bunch of units, and we kept it as a unit standard, but instead as a percentage of the actual development square footage.
I think that makes sense, personally. It's especially as we start getting these density bonuses and things like that.
Exactly.
There
As
might
you
be
increase that
tons of
density.
people living there, and they need more room.
Right,
And,
exactly.
that makes sense.
So, something to think
Or
about.
maybe
you
that
know.
applies only to density bonuses.
Or maybe that applies only
Oh,
to
no.
density bonus projects, perhaps, yes. Something like that, yeah.
Makes sense.
A percentage of gross floor area.
Yes.
Net.
Well,
Net.
whatever.
That would be, for zoning code purposes, it'd be the gross floor area, building wall to exterior building wall, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same percentage as we're talking about for the lot. Obviously, it might be
No.
considerably lower than that, but still, it's something that can scale with the scale of the project.
Would you, to expand upon that comment, would you propose the same percentage no matter what the zone designation? Or as the densities get higher, does that percentage get lower?
It has to go lower.
I think, yeah, but it would probably have to scale, adjust to that.
So if someone's asking for a 100% density bonus project, let's say, and 86 units to the acre, and first of all, you can't fit it all on the ground level. It has to go someplace, right? And then there becomes a physical feature. That percentage needs to be mindful. It's got to be open to the sky, right? So it can't be more than 70% of lot coverage, assuming that's the number you go with, right? So there's really checks and these things get very complicated very quickly. It's open to the sky, and so it's going to go on the roof. And if the lot limit is 70%, that's really the maximum that percentage could equate to. So is there a percentage that would work with a slew of square lot sizes that would not be triggering dead ends with the zoning, where you hit a brick wall, you're like, that doesn't work, and so now we need concessions and waivers, or just, it doesn't work. So these things really require to look at it from different angles with diagrams to really understand, and that's where the professionals would come in, is helping with that.
And I know that you had reasons for wanting that open space to the front of the property, and I wonder if there are, I'm wondering if there are any kind of bonuses or things like that, or incentives, if you really feel it's important. Maybe they make this concession and then something's narrower, but then something else is gained from it. So just to think about that, I was thinking about that too in terms of just other things, like maybe environmental materials, design materials, things like that. What concessions can people get for doing positive things? Because a good design isn't just aesthetics. It's is it better for the environment? You know, do we have it, when, you know, is the courtyard oriented better for sunlight, for instance? If you can do that, then maybe there's a positive, you know, like something else that the designer can implement into their project. That's it.
So many. And
Yes.
Yes, and last but not least, I know that
Yes.
we are at 7:45 right now, and we still have the 3
Okay.
sections to go.
So we
Can I ask a question on that note, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Does it make sense, maybe we only work with first 2 sections, continue the last 2 for the next session, and then we just continue it, or the session after that, or whatever? It's just an idea, I'm saying, because this could go on until 10 at night if we're
Yeah.
going into this, and these are
Right.
important factors.
Right. I'm wondering about time frame for getting responses and things like that. And I don't know if that's.
Or does staff
are
rather
we-
do it tonight?
Yeah.
I would say staff is open to whatever the board would prefer. A few things to keep in mind. We do have to look at our DRB project schedule. I believe the next meeting does already have a few projects that are slated. We also
The rest might go faster. This was the big one.
We still have the objective design, this book, which I feel like is a big topic in itself. You know, we covered it broadly, but I think getting into each element.
Board Member Walsh is not here next time, right?
Right.
Not here next.
Right.
That was the second thing I was going to say. We appreciate that tonight we did have all of the board here. And we would hope that as we continue this conversation, we can get as many perspectives as possible.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to personally to stay tonight, given that we only had one other project seen today, so it might be.
I would agree, but I would ask if we could take a 2-minute break.
Sounds good.
That'd be
Yes,
great.
thank you. Do I need to call for a break?
We'll call break.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
some of these. So yes, we are back live on TV after a short little break. And we are up next to discuss the site planning standards, which some of these standards have somewhat been addressed in our previous discussion on the development standards. But if you'd like to, Madam Chair or Lockhart, go through.
I could start it off this time. Let's see. We did talk about lot coverage already, and there was consensus to raise it. COSA, we talked about that. And let's see. And then setback options. As I mentioned, I'm very, very excited about that one. I think this one we really did cover all of these items, so we can move forward.
Unless anyone had additional thoughts. No.
Yes. May I ask a question? Simply because the setback options were based on the percentage of the COSA, and now that we are moving the COSA to anywhere on the lot, including the rooftop, is there feedback with regards to now the two options that are remaining, or should it be a 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average on all interior elevations?
Personally, I think as just sticking with the one option, of 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average would be, as a designer, but I would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because when we have the 5-foot minimum and 8-foot average, what it's resulted in historically in our city is great undulation in elevations. And so that little piece of 8-foot average results in a whole bunch of building facades moving back and forth. And so those were going to be my thoughts in that all these objective standards are interrelated. And so if you go down the average route, you may not need to be as prescriptive when it comes down to the facades and how much of the facade you undulate after so many feet and how deep you have to go.
I agree.
Because that is very defined perspective. It's getting late.
Yes.
Versus the average allows for that creativity, etc. The 6-foot straight up is extremely efficient. Most density bonus projects go beyond the setback and go straight up because of the shear analysis and the seismic analysis. Once you start having undulations in the facade of the 4 feet, you end up having to carry that seismic load horizontally, which is very expensive to do. Then you have to carry it all the way down to the structure, and so these have cost factors associated with it. And so how important is it to achieve that goal? And I feel as though if we are staying with the 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average, then the 10% COSA is appropriate, especially if you could go anywhere. And then we could then maybe make the undulation of the facades that is coming later in our discussion less perspective. Less prescriptive. You got me. So that's what I would suggest on that. Those would be my thoughts, at least.
I was thinking that too when I was looking at the facades that after 40 feet you have to step it in. I wasn't clear if you could decide where that step in occurs. So there can be some variation, but those particular designs were starting to look cookie cutter. And there were some examples that you shared in the images, anyways, that had thinner. They weren't 10 feet long, but there were several of them, and that there were so many of them made the facade look great. And so, I think that you're onto something in terms of maybe just doing the 8-foot average versus having the 40-foot. And I would love to hear your thoughts on that 40-foot.
I concur. I don't really have a strong opinion on that, so I'm willing to let you guys, that are more professional.
If we are going to make the undulation of the facades, let's say, go away,
and we just keep it as the 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average, I think it would get us there in a creative way and still allow for future projects to move along. But if we are going to keep them, or if staff's going to keep them, or if others are going to keep them that are going to review these, then the 6-foot minimum would make sense as an option.
Yes, Board Member Simonian. In that line of reasoning, would there now be two options? And Board Member Lockroff sort of spoke to that as well. Having a 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average, or having a 6-foot minimum, but then having the other modulation requirements.
Now, that's more in line.
right.
Yeah, it makes
That
sense.
Yeah,
It does make
that's a
sense.
good idea.
Right.
And that allows you to have the flexibility of the 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average to put it anywhere you wish.
Right.
Or if you want to have a 6-foot minimum, then you're going to have to provide the recesses and the segments and whatnot.
In the
That
more
makes-
prescriptive.
That's a great idea.
And to piggyback on that, then if we're doing the 6-foot minimum setback, does the 15% COSA make sense with that lesser setback?
And are we still talking about the COSA being percentage of lot and not percentage of?
You know what, I take that back because we had
Yeah.
said the percentage of the square footage, correct?
Maybe we're just discussing right now by right projects, whereas
Yeah.
in density projects.
And again, this is by right, these would be the minimum thresholds.
Right.
So,
The 15, in a 30,000 square foot lot, you know, that would, at 15% would translate into 4,500 square feet. And a 30,000 square foot lot would, by right, be 30 units. And a 50% density bonus would take us up to, 45 units. Let's say, without going in 100% category, and the 45 units at 200 a unit, how much would that be? That would be 9,000 square feet of common open space, where in this case, at a 15% would be 4,500. And so we're cutting it in half, and so that would make some sense. But it's still something, but it's not a lot. But with the 6-foot setback, you get a lot of advantages, efficiency-wise. And I would imagine most density bonus projects would go down the 6-foot route because of efficiency factors. So I don't really particularly see an issue with the 15%. I think it would work ultimately,
so
especially if the COSA could be anywhere on the site.
then would we be going away from a percentage of the building area and going back to a percentage of the lot area?
Percentage of the building area is something that needs study. I don't think that we can sit here and say that that's how you should do it.
Correct.
But we've got professionals engaged,
Uh-huh.
and I think that that's something that they should study, particularly if they're going to be looking at it from trying to use case studies. If they can look at case studies and think about how it would apply to different, lot sizes that are
Take a
typical
look.
in the city, then I think that it's something that you may find maybe is a better option. But I'm not saying we should prescribe it in that right now. I'm just saying, I think
I
it
think that's a
bears study.
fair,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that should
We
be
can-
something
very
that's
good.
studied during the professional
Yes.
feedback phase.
We can
yeah.
take a look
And what
at
that
both
percentage is.
percentage of the building area versus a percentage of the lot area.
Right. But I do really like the idea that there is, one of these options for the setbacks is the 40-foot, and then the other one is this kind of, 8-foot. That's what you were saying, correct? Am I understanding you correctly in terms of the setback for the building, that after 40 feet, you need the step back, but you might have the 6-foot setback?
So what I was referring to earlier in response to Board Member Simonian's comments would be to have a 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average, and not require any of these other additional
Right.
modulations
Correct, yeah.
versus having, if you do have a 6-foot minimum,
Right.
then you are going to be,
You'd have those other conditions.
Correct.
That's, yeah, and I love that idea because I think that'll bring more variety in terms of what people are designing.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna say.
great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So moving on from site planning to massing and scale. This was the discussion. And all of these standards weave into one another, but this was the horizontal modulation, meaning if the facade segment is, or if the facade is so many feet in length, you have to have so many segments. And it seems that based on just what we just discussed in regards to the setback, that it would apply only in the case of a minimum 6-foot
Correct.
setback.
Well, and it naturally applies in the, well,
Average.
in the average one, right? I mean,
In the, it sort of,
Right,
Yeah.
but-
it can, but it can be
organically
more
would come
organically,
about,
correct.
yes.
Right.
It'd be more organic.
right.
So it's interesting because as we heard it earlier, it was a 40-foot segment. A 40-foot segment would require, a 40-foot linear feet of facade would require two segments.
Yes.
And then a 100-foot linear feet of facade, and facade needs to be defined into 3 segments. Minimum.
Right.
And so that may need to be studied in that to see if it's physically possible to do a 6-foot minimum setback while achieving those, because then you're going to end up with 6 feet in some areas, 10 feet in some other areas, right? So in essence, you're really averaging anyways. And so how productive is that second option of a 6-foot minimum? Because you're going to end up with an average.
Right.
And that's where the intertwining of these elements kind of come in. I think in general, if someone would come to us with a 100-foot facade that's straight, we would, as a board, say, bad idea.
Right.
And that's, the average will eliminate that. So how necessary is that if we're doing with the average? Perhaps we just keep the average and get rid of that altogether and the 6-foot minimum.
When again, if they would, speaking in regards to these two options, the 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average would be across the entire, taking into account the example that you just gave, a 100-foot linear length of building facade, an interior, let's say an interior facade. You can have a 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average and not have to have that separation of segments. But if you have a building that is going to have a minimum 6-foot only, if it's a 6-foot minimum setback, then you are required to have that segment.
Right.
So the discussion then dovetails into, I think later on, you're going to discuss how much variety you need in each segment. That's what's coming next. And if you don't do the 6-foot minimum and you're not required to do the minimum segments, are you then not doing the minimum requirement variety that's coming up later as well? So there needs to be a fork very early in the road. Are you going, with the 5-foot, 8-foot average? And if you're going down that route, then the articulation and the variety of tools that are coming, which we all seem to have some issues with, don't apply to you. And so I think that's where some creativity needs to come in of where that fork occurs and what defines that fork and how do you kind of proceed those two trajectories, because they're widely different and they have different ramifications as you move down the process.
And we can provide a diagram showing, the split in the road, per se. If you so choose, and to sort of take a look at these two various options, one having a minimum average and one having a minimum plus modulation type standard issue. And I don't want to jump too far ahead because, our next slide is actually on architectural elements and, talking about roof line and fenestrations and things like that. Okay. The board could so choose, maximum of 3 different fenestrations if you have a minimum average, otherwise you're looking at segments and up to 2 per segment. Does that make sense? Because I don't think you really want to have a hodgepodge of different fenestrations and a hodgepodge of roof lines. I mean, still, you would assume if you have a minimum 5 foot average of 8 across an elevation 100 foot long, you probably don't want more than 2 different types of roof lines on there. And that sort of still is in keeping with that. And we can,
Perhaps this might be a good time to interject and bring something back to one of the things that Board Member Chagayan said about the hodgepodge nature of these things.
correct.
In terms of trying to create some kind of standard that says the design must be holistic, that it must be, true to itself in some way and not a hodgepodge. Is that something that we could figure out a way to have it, an objective standard requirement here?
That is the million-dollar question, Board Member Welch, because we have been trying over and over. How do you define? Because it has to be a measurable, quantifiable, verifiable standard, that it is holistic. So what would be the definition of being holistic and true to itself? If the board can provide that, we would love that answer, because that is what we have been grappling with all along.
Not a good answer.
And I completely see your point in that, and that is exactly what we have been struggling with. And I think what all of the planners who have been trying to come up with objective design standards are grappling with.
Yeah. I think to parlay this into the next discussion point, right? The vertical modulation, because it all makes sense. So when you have a 5-foot minimum and an 8-foot average on a facade, assuming the 100-foot facade, and now you have a 4th story, which is going to be a given with some of these density bonus projects, and the 4th story, let's say according to this, is step back 10 feet. Now you have 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average on the first, or along the thing, with an additional 10 feet on top. You have plenty of undulation at this point along this facade. And so with every one of these prescriptive items that come along, first it's the setback, then it's the articulation of the facade with segments, and then it becomes a 4th level setback, right? And then when we get into each segment, it's the eyebrows of it and the roof lines of it, et cetera. We need to always step back, and I think staff needs to step back, and the professionals that are helping need to step back and always check to make sure that it's not turning into a hodgepodge of items, and that if it is getting too prescriptive, then that discussion needs to stop and back up a step. And I feel as though right now between that, we're kind of at that point, because there's too many what ifs without a dozen diagrams to really understand what we're talking about. It's getting hypothetical. But what we haven't still talked about is how the 4th floor massing of it going in the rear, and when does that come in? Is that coming on the vertical modulation, or did we pass that?
That's under vertical modulation.
Yes.
And so there's physical things that come along with pushing the mass to the rear, because when you have a building, you have 2 forms of exits, right? You're going to have an exit in the rear and an exit in the front. When only a portion of it goes to the 4th floor, you have an L-shaped building. Now you have a set of stairs in the back, set of stairs in the front, and a 3rd set of stairs to provide 2 forms of exit on the rear portion. And so that, along with some of the other things we're talking about, really do make it difficult to make the site plan work, because those stairs have to be rated. They have to come all the way down to the ground level. From the ground level, they need to exit. And if we're talking about the rear of the property, there needs to be a rated corridor all the way from the rear to the front, right? And then how does that affect those diagrams that were presented that where the COSA is in the middle? Well, those COSA doesn't work in the middle. And if those exit corridor needs to come all the way to the front, how efficient is that when you're talking about objective guidelines? And so pushing the density to the rear, I feel as though is a wrong idea. What if there is more, it just makes sense to push the density to one side because of site differences, or you have a 2-story on one side versus a 3-story on the other side, you might say, well, it makes more sense to put the 4th story closer to the 3rd story, but that might not be the case.
So what I'm hearing you say is that what you're hoping is addressed somehow is context? Is accurate?
think-
Like a site context, like what's going on?
I think that's what a good architect would do.
Right.
And I feel as though that's hard to, then that's a level of prescription that I think is just too much. But to limit the 4th floor density to just the rear of the site, I feel as though it's going in the wrong direction. If someone's gonna ask for a 4th story, then it should be however they want to work out their roof plan, however they want to work out their rooftop deck. If they're going to use the whole 4th floor as a rooftop deck, then they don't get to have a 4th story livable. They're going to use half of it, then maybe they may choose to do it on the east or west side versus the rear side, et cetera. So those would be my thoughts on that 4th story factor, which is this next section.
Right. So do we want to move to the next slide then?
So
Or do we have more?
in regards to the roof line then, the architectural elements or the vertical
What I see-
modulation?
It is one of
It is under, so that's why under vertical modulations, we're looking at proposed 10-foot step backs on upper floors and upper density bonus projects. And so this is specifically geared towards transitional massing because we have an existing urban fabric within our multifamily residential neighborhoods that are 2 and 3 stories. And so, if I hear you, because now we're doing a minimum average, so there is undulation across the facade, but that undulation across the facade then can still go up to 4 stories. So is there a consensus of perhaps, bringing, and we hear you that it shouldn't be limited to the rear half of the building, envelope, but is there any consensus in terms of seeing perhaps a little bit more step back at the front street, which has this more uniform building on, building, I don't want to say building envelope, the streetscape, and maintaining that 3 foot.
I think that something you had mentioned
story.
was turning it so it's the entire way across with something, rather than just the small portion at the front. So, that's something to think about.
Well, to answer, I think, Ms. Zimadaida's question, when you have a right-of-way in a street, you already have reliefs, right? So you have a 50, 60, 70-foot right-of-way, right, from one side to another. And so technically, if you're going to push density anywhere, you would want to push it towards the street side, let's say, because you're not bothering the neighbors, because you're not casting a shadow onto the neighbors, et cetera, that shadow is being cast onto the right-of-way. So it's an interesting question to ask, what's more crucial for us? What's more cherished as a city, I guess, to have that street front visibility or the livability of the properties next door? I'm under the assumption that it's the livability of the properties next door, because if everyone's going dense, the idea is to bring light and air onto the neighbors and light and air onto the property. So fundamentally, I'm opposed to shifting in a multifamily zone, not in a single-family home. It's very different, right? You have a hillside property, and we've always talked about where to shift your mass. But if I could shift in an urban setting my mass towards the street, that's kind of where I would start at as an architect versus shifting it towards my neighbors. So that's how I would answer that question. That's how I would answer that
And
question.
the rest of the board?
I don't disagree, but I think context can be important too. So if there's a way that you can bring context, in neighborhood context, into an objective standard here, when it might be jarring to have that 4-story mass right at the front when you've got 2 stories, immediately adjoining it. So context is important in a case like that.
And maybe there's some kind of contextual analysis. Like tonight, one of the applicants brought in a study of the neighbor's windows fenestrations. And so I don't know, maybe that is just a thought in terms of how you might be able to, if we aren't here to do that or to give guidance on that. But yeah, because I think it does make a difference. But I do think that going back to why you want to have central courtyards, I've seen studies where communities that do have like vegetation in the center of there are a lot of studies out there where they have one community that didn't have it and then the other did, and then they study like how many thefts do you have, are the community members out there barbecuing together, and through those studies we've seen that courtyards really do cultivate community. So I can see why you're wanting to do that. But maybe it's not appropriate on these tiny, tiny lots, like you're saying, bringing it to the roof, but maybe there's a way to bring it into these 100-foot, giant sites. You have the space to do that. So I think, again, this is related to context. So,
Yeah, for example, in larger projects, multifamily projects that we do,
yeah.
I'm talking about 200, 300 units, where you're going to have multiple courtyards when you get that big.
Right.
Because when you're doing your U-shaped building, you have another U-shaped building, and it just, when you're talking about efficiency of layout, you got to get light into those depth of the site. Let's say the Sears lot that's being developed, right?
Right.
Think that scale,
the height.
right? But we always then look at the courtyard and the number of stories, right? So if we have a 5-story building, we try to have a 50-foot courtyard to allow for light to come in. When you have 10 acres to work with, you have that luxury. When you have a triple lot that's 15,000 square feet,
Still tight.
it's tight because if 4-story, 40 feet, all of a sudden, we're talking about a massive hindrance as far as the coast is concerned, and that's where it goes to the roof. Is there a cutoff for larger?
Right.
Is it 2 acres? Is it 3? I don't feel as though it's a double lot. It's a substantial development consisting of acres. I think that's when, you really start getting efficiency of courtyards that are livable, where you could put a pool, where you could do all that. So it's an interesting massing study.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the context comment, it's just, I know when you started your presentation, you showed us a map that all the zones that it impacts in Glendale, and those are very different parts of Glendale, right? We had a case that came here, that beautiful courtyard building that existed, and they wanted to develop the 4-story, and we all rejected it because it didn't make sense for the context of where they were proposing that building. And yes, that building could be beautiful had it been at a different lot with a much larger street, and proportionally, it doesn't work where they were proposing it. So I'm all for the, depending on the lot size and the area it's in and, context.
We could actually include standards that address neighbors, such as if you are 2-story on both sides, you're going to have to not have setbacks, but that type of context, or the street width. If you are on a narrower multifamily residential street.
Or development patterns within a certain length.
So those are items that we could look at in regards to the location and placement.
I think by having a minimum setback on the 4th floor, you're already getting articulation. Now, whether that's 10 feet or 6 feet or what's the appropriate number, but once it's on the 4th floor and it's set back, it already has articulation. That coupled with the 5-foot minimum and 8-foot average, I think gets us there. I think if we're talking about objective studies, then it's going to be, well, how many linear feet of street frontage do you look at on either side, right? What if that 2-story is now next door, but next year it's not going to be there because it's being developed, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, we're talking about a 50-year plan, and so everything built in the 40s, at some point, it's going to be obsolete, and those 2 stories are going to turn to 4 stories. It's happening now.
Correct.
What is the current front yard setback for all of?
For multifamily, it's 20-foot minimum, 23-foot average on the 1st floor. 23-foot minimum, 26-foot average on the second floor.
Going back to what you were saying about, like, if you were gonna bring the mass anywhere, and if it is a context of, you know, over 50-foot wide street, like, do you lessen the front yard setback to allow for, you know, some of the mass to come forward where it's not, you're not gonna feel it as much versus smaller lots or smaller streets where you really need that 20 or 23 feet to push back?
No?
Everyone's like,
I mean, it's a good idea, but I think that that's fraught with danger,
yeah.
Yeah, that's a little.
especially because these things are menu driven. It's like, I picked from this, I picked from that, you know, and
Yeah.
if people can pick from that, then, you know, there goes all of our standardized front setbacks.
I think it's complicated enough if we're keeping our minimum, let's say, setback at 20. We're already as four architects, we're having a hard time kind of not even agreeing, just thinking it through, because every minute something new pops up in your mind, as in the pro and the con, or am I making the right decision or wrong decision? But with mass, I would say, if it's as simple as, if you're along, let's say, if staff and council members feel strongly about the street front, and if the street front is a cherished item, and you maybe say, well, instead of doing the 10-foot in the rear, you're doing the 10-foot in the front, you know, of your 4-story. But there needs to be, I think past 10 feet, you're not gonna even see it from the sidewalk. You know, if you're on that side of the street, you won't even see the 4th story. And if you have a rooftop deck, you could say, if you're having it on the 4th floor, perhaps push it along the street, right? Push it towards the street, you achieve the same thing. It's up there, it's along the street, and it's pleasant. And so, perhaps we could talk about as a whole group, well, those are, I think, the questions to bring up.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to also briefly raise the issue of slope lots. So is there any consensus that there basically should be the massing at the upper portion of the sloped lot, you know, depending on where the street is, or anything that the board would like to add?
The problem with slope lots is, let's say on the Honolulu project we worked on
Exactly.
years ago, right?
Yes.
Where
Oh, yeah.
on one side, you could have a 3-story, but on the other side, you have a 4-story.
Right.
You know, and
Right.
so, I guess if you pick your frontage, whatever your frontage is, say this is my front, then you go off of that. You build off of there, is one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is you're gonna have, you could say, one of those stories could be your parking structure. If it's, you know.
And the reason why we're raising this, and Mr. Darnum knows as well, during the Glendale Homeowners Coordinating Council, we had quite a bit of feedback from the North Glendale individuals, because, you know,
Everything's
those.
sloped.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and typically here on the flatter portions of city of, you know, Glendale and south of the 134, or even just north of Glen Oaks, it's there's no slope or a very gradual slope. Whereas up in North Glendale, it really has a slope to it. And do we look at maybe a building envelope at that point in time as opposed to an overall height, or?
That might be a good item to study, I think. Study item.
I mean, currently, the limitations for a sloped lot, you take it from
It's higher.
Average grade.
average grade, is that how?
It's average grade, correct, from average, well, no, from a multifamily, you're coming it from wherever it's the lowest point where the building comes out of the
Lowest
ground.
point to the
Lowest point
highest.
to the ridge or parapet. That would be your overall height.
I think a building envelope makes more sense, and it helps with the idea of, you know, sloping with the topography, which is in our original design standards. But again, it would be great to see, you know.
One thing that could work in those lots is you have a transitional height. So if you say, you know, if your lot is 200 feet, let's say, on on the first 100 feet, on the lower side, it's your 3-story. And then in the back, you're going off of the standards along from the other street. Like, there's a differentiation. Maybe you split the lot into 2.
Right.
And then that's your line. And then if something is 4 stories and it's set back 100 feet from the lower level, anyways, it doesn't really matter from the lower because it's so set back. 100 feet in the rear.
Assuming it's not a corner lot like we
Assuming
had
it's
that
not.
last
It's not a through lot or a corner lot, correct?
That's what I'm saying. It needs to be studied with diagrams.
Right. Yeah, and there are different conditions, up slopes and down slopes too. You could be on the other side of the street and, yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay. All right. And last but not least,
kid of parts.
architectural elements. Materials. Are there any that the board wishes to regulate, not regulate? This would be the time.
And to point out, there are materials that are called out in the ordinance already. You can find those on page 23 of your exhibit number 1 draft of the multifamily ordinance. Facade cladding materials as well as accent materials are listed there.
Here.
Well,
So essentially what we're looking at, we're trying to ensure that high-quality materials be used for all projects.
is the
Limiting-
intent to have multiple materials?
You can definitely have multiple materials, yes.
But is that the goal? Like, if we have a 100-foot facade, there would be 2 materials?
This says
Well, and again,
maximum.
it really depends, because sometimes, depending on how you design a project, we don't want to limit it. But yes, we would like to have, a variety of materials.
Oh, I see how this is written. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
So less than 3 floors, we're saying maximum of 2 materials. 3 or more, maximum of 3.
Correct. And those would be the primary cladding materials, only in regards to the elevation.
Do you find that the description of these brick, concrete, stone, are these intended specifically to be limiting? Or is it more like this is, available as options, and the only one that you're specifically excluding are the others there, the synthetic stucco and the exterior,
Correct.
the EIFs? So somebody could come along and say, I want to do something a little bit different, maybe it's a new material form that really hasn't been seen before, So you're saying that might be allowed? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something, for instance, that we've been experimenting with is rake stucco, like to create patterns in stucco. And so I don't know, I know this is like, we're always talking about smooth stucco, and I really agree that, there are certain forms of stucco that aren't aesthetically pleasing, but sometimes there are creative solutions, and I just wonder how there's a, is there a way to?
So I guess I have a question where you're listing stucco in 1 and 2 as a preferred material, but then in number 3, synthetic stucco and EIFS is limited.
Correct.
Why not just regular stucco? Because from the average eye, regular stucco and EIFS will look the same. Like, what's the limitation on EIFS versus just stucco?
It would be the
If it's not the
application
look.
durability, the,
Really? Oh, huh.
Again, the
we have a
list,
very similar standard, both in Tropico and in the DSP. So this would be consistent with those two.
but the downtown specific plan, I mean, that has a lot of height to it, right? So that's kind of a different animal than these. The idea is not to be as prescriptive.
Got it.
I feel as though, for example, like the accent materials, Roman numerals 3 and 4, become, I think, too prescriptive in section B. Whereas and similarly for, section A, facade cladding material, Roman numeral 3 becomes very prescriptive. And so if we're having 5-foot minimum, 8-foot average, we're already setting back, let's say, the top story, we already have a rooftop deck, let's say. We already are saying that materials need to wrap around the corners. We're already saying that the base, I think that's coming up here. Let's say base of the building is something, like a brick veneer or something. I saw permitted accent built, well, could be. But I feel as though if a base of a building already has some sort of a stone veneer or concrete, stone block, and then you have 2 levels of something else above with the articulation and the averages, that would get us where, of something that we're used to seeing and approving here.
There is no standard for bases of buildings for multifamily.
I know we don't have it, but we ask for it, and if they have it, it's nice. When a project comes here that has a nice
Correct,
base
yes.
for,
Correct.
that material works.
Of course, yes.
And so what I'm getting at is more of an objective design guideline such as, more of an objective standard. That would make sense more of an objective standard, is your base of a building to be, let's say, different material than the rest. All of a sudden, now you're accomplishing what we strive for versus all these other prescriptive percentages. An accent material shall comprise no more than 20%. I mean, why 20? Why not 19? Why not 21, right?
Exactly, and that is why we're bringing it to you, because these are the things that, we've been grappling with. In regards to the base, we specifically did not add a required base material because we did not want it to be limiting to a more traditional look of a building. So most modern buildings don't have to, they can have the same material throughout the entire facade. So, again, it's funny, we thought it would be too prescriptive to require the base of the building be clad in something different than the upper floors. So, but that, again, this is a great discussion to have. So if you feel the percentages are off, or if you feel we should eliminate them altogether.
I feel as though they should be eliminated. I feel as though in the first section, Roman numeral 3, I don't understand it, as Board Member Chagayan brought up, and Roman numeral 3 and 4 in section B seem hard to justify or understand even ramifications of.
I'm trying to remember a time where we've seen too many accent materials. I guess that's another thing. Has that ever been an issue for us? I don't think so. We actually really appreciate texture and like human scale, like you were saying. The nice thing about texture at the bottom, I don't think it needs to be that prescriptive, but is that, when you do have a more textured material, especially on the ground floor, it's great for pedestrians, bringing down the scale of the building. But again, I don't think it has to be that prescriptive, but.
Would you like to include a minimum of 2 accent materials? I mean, is that the direction you like to go to and not limit the maximum? Or
that seems like a better route instead of it, yeah.
But why are we, in other words, if someone's coming in with a modern building and a modern design with that example that was brought forward earlier with curves in the floor plan, let's say, and a wave or a butterfly roof, etc. The cladding of the metal roof and the eaves and the railings and the front doors, all those things are accents, right? And so it becomes very prescriptive to try to put numbers and figures and percentages next to them because they could be construed in ways that we just don't even imagine at this moment.
I totally agree. I'm imagining Gaudi trying to only have one material on his facade. That's not.
He would not be happy.
No.
We would not exist.
Never build a thing here.
Right.
Okay, so it seems just to move forward, the no more than 3 accent materials should be stricken, perhaps replaced with a minimum of 2 accent materials.
Yeah.
Instead, the no more than 20% of the facade, maybe you eliminate that requirement completely. Synthetic stucco and foam trim. I know foam trim has always been something that the board has unanimously objected to. I
Yeah, I'm
think.
happy to keep that one in there.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
fine.
we're keeping that one in. Okay, great. Moving on to architectural facade colors. Is there a
How do you define?
We
a
regulate color.
We were really, we had a lot of discussions with regards to color regulation.
And whether it's something that we even want to
want.
consider. Are there colors that we would want to prohibit, or
Neon.
is that where we let the
On
creativity?
color is my question, is how do you define that, first of all?
Highlighters.
No, and so that's why, I mean, we just said, everything's permitted except neon colors.
But, let's say, Mr. Malakian brought forward some examples last week, right, or the week before, we had the multifamily building, and there was some neon
I was not here.
colors in the facade. Let's say it was the doors or something it was an example.
I think they were
Yeah.
bright colors,
They
but
were bright, but-
they weren't neon.
But
So it's up to.
I would not,
You need to define what neon
Yeah.
means, first of all,
It's-
because
Refer to Webster's dictionary, actually.
if someone's coming forward with, let's say it's a creative, micro units, smaller units in the downtown setting, and the front doors are a combination of neon colors.
well, I don't think accent colors are saying that. I think this is going to be base colors, right?
Oh, the main.
The main colors. I think accent colors is a separate section, and it doesn't specifically say neons are prohibited there. Am I understanding that
Well, it's
correctly?
not the way it's not the way it's written, though. Hues, paint hues, tints, it
The
doesn't.
following standards shall apply to all facade colors.
Facade cladding.
Facade
So-
colors, color, and then
All,
accent.
all.
Yeah, that's true. It
So
does say
I think,
all.
I think maybe, I think accents can be fun,
That's what
personally.
I love that.
Maybe it's a
Segregate between
clarification.
base color and
Okay.
accent color, or something like that, to
I don't
distinguish
even know
this.
it.
We can
Of all the
definitely.
projects-
Clarify the
We
text.
can clarify.
Yes.
Of all the projects we've had over the years, how many times has a neon?
House come your way.
I mean, it just never happened, so why we even?
But a neon front door might
I
look
think you're
nice.
giving them ideas.
I know, we will move on, and we
will clarify the
understand that.
text.
We got
Okay.
bigger fish to fry.
We
with
do,
this
because
thing,
we have
yes.
roof lines and fenestrations
Oh, boy.
to
Yes.
Let's
Yes.
go.
address
Yes.
still,
Through.
so.
The thing I would add on roof lines is, again, the same thing we were talking about there. We should allow creativity. If somebody comes along with a lovely barrel roof design, or like you were
Yes,
talking about, a butterfly roof, why are we not including the ability for people to express some creativity? So that's all I'm saying, is that, we should be able to choose pretty much any roof form, as long as, again, if we can figure out a way to blend in that holistic design standard. But I don't think that there should be a limitation in terms of specific styles. I guess the idea of limiting the number of varieties of them is appropriate, and I don't really object to that, but I don't think that we should limit the actual form.
And can I ask the intent of showing these roof options? I mean, or we're providing any limitation to like you were saying, why would there be a limitation to the different roof options?
Originally, what was presented to us was this variety of options for roof lines in conjunction with vertical modulation.
Oh, got it.
So how are you going to modulate the vertical portions of the building would also then speak to how are you going to design the roof?
Got it.
And so this has now become, it's an architectural element, and
The height.
the height,
The height
again, it
does
was the
impact.
height, because
Yeah.
if you're looking at a sloped roof, our code allows for a taller, 41-foot building, because taller building is allowed for a ridge
Right.
versus a flat roof is going to be allowed only at 36 feet.
So, again, with what we've kind of dovetailed into, are we saying that if a building has a minimum 5-foot setback, 8-foot average, and let's say their fourth story is set back some number, then they still have to apply to these factors, these variety, or are these varieties just limited to the minimum 6-foot setback?
Well, if you're looking at a 4-story density bonus project, you're already exceeding the height limit. So it really, at that point in time, you know, whether it's a pitched roof or whether it's a flat roof, it's already being
Irrelevant.
granted relief from code.
Right.
Right. So that would be my, again, you know, that junction in the road, right? Where do you stop and kind of assess the whole thing holistically? At least I've heard is that there's concern about this menu option as far as, you know, roof types and window pairings and everything else. It's gone too prescriptive, and I think that's where the general feedback is where do you draw that line? Where does that fork occur? And when is it necessary to have these objective items under comments on architectural elements?
And it sounds like the board is of the impression perhaps we don't need menu options for roofs. We just need to meet the minimum height, or depending if you're a density bonus, you don't have to meet that, and allow the architect
I think,
flexibility and creativity.
Right.
yeah, and I would say though that it's kind of fun to see the options that you came up with and just how they pair with the different, and that it could be helpful to designers. I mean, looking at this, it's nicely the graphic layout of it. I think it could be inspiring because we do see a lot of just flat roofs as a result, and so it is kind of fun to see, not that we're prescribing it, but maybe in your
Book of examples.
your book of examples, it could include the variety, but also showing that maybe the different modulations, but with different roof types within that, yeah.
And just to follow up, was there some discussion about limiting the number of roof forms across a facade or a facade segment, regardless of style?
I have the same feeling on that question as the overarching question. I feel as though it's too prescriptive. It's taking away from creativity. And it's not really necessary, and it's hard for us to define it without serious diagrams, studying, et cetera, to try to understand what we're talking about. And
Like in terms of quantities.
Yeah.
Because I do like more roof forms, or I mean, it can really help to break up the mass.
Right.
So I think,
Yeah, I mean, if I let's say if we're talking about a 100-foot facade and you're emphasizing the entry point or some vertical element, let's say an ABC sort of a motif, it's easy just to lower the roof, even if the whole thing is flat, to lower the roof in the middle portion or raise it and have just different types of parapets, different types of railings to create variety. It doesn't need to come down to massively different roof types. I think for an inexperienced architect walking into the city, they're just going to get overwhelmed, and they're just going to go, okay, I have these two, so I'm good, right? I could move forward with just these two, because that's what the objectives say. And then they start copying each other. One form would work, and they would say, well, that works, so I'm just going to copy it. I'm literally going to copy it.
That's where the concern
That's
about
where the-
cookie cutter,
correct.
comes in when we're there. It's
Right.
so formulaically driven.
Right. And what I'm hearing, if the board is one day not going to be here, right, and it's just that objective type of a design, what you brought forward was just mind-boggling, right? If it's just plug it into the AI and have it work it out, and it would. It would do it. It would take these objectives, give you 3 buildings, and say, pick it. And you would say, I take option B, and it's in plan check in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But it could get to that point. It could. And those are the dangers of it. So it's something to think about.
Would the board consider requiring a height differential in the roof line? Because I'm thinking, again, we're speaking to the lowest common denominator. If a talented architect does not come in, but one that would like to just go ahead and do the lowest cost option, which would just be a flat roof all across.
Yeah.
Is there any suggestion perhaps of, like, if you have a roof form that's longer than 100 feet, that there be some sort of modulation in height?
Isn't that was step one, right? Is the vertical modulation? Or is that not?
Vertical it sounds like we're sort of, the vertical modulation is,
One of these types.
Right,
of
got
roofs
it.
is the
Is
issue,
part
yeah.
of that. I see.
I think that that's actually a more reasonable approach, to suggest
Right.
that for
More
the
generalized.
distance of size, there must be some height modulation
Correct.
employed, as opposed to specifically saying you must use two different roof forms, you must have some modulation of that. I think that seems more of a reasonable, open-ended kind of approach that still can be
And allows
objectively
for
looked at.
more, creativity and flexibility.
and that actually would lend itself to, if you want to use a pitched roof, that's a modulation in height.
Right.
If you want to use a mansard roof, that's still a you know what I mean? Like, if you want to use a barrel vault,
Right.
that's still a modulation in height, but it's not a flat roof.
Right.
Okay,
And I
so-
do think you could bring what you've done into that, like it's showing as examples of what you
Exactly.
could, because I do think it's great to get people's,
Okay.
creative juices
Perfect.
going.
Great, that's it. And last but not least, fenestration.
Right.
Yeah, this is one I do tend to agree that maybe something needs to get done.
Yes.
Because that is such a prominent feature. So I'm just, one thing that, we have to be careful of is not making it too formulaic. And I think that the way you've designed the various options allows for sufficient variety. I mean, one comment would be, it says all door and window openings shall be punched in, which seems to indicate that would deny the ability to do curtain windows and curtain walls there. So I think just check the language to make sure that you're not limiting it in certain ways. But I think generally speaking, you allow that. So it's prescriptive, yes, but I think there's enough menu options here that I'm more okay with it.
Or are these the only menu options?
That's-
Again.
that's
Yeah,
where it
that's
becomes-
I think there are more.
Yeah.
And, yeah. I was
What
gonna
we can do also, so for instance, like the pattern offset or whatnot, if someone wants to use a different shape, that would
Yeah.
Such as an arched
that would-
window
That
or-
would fall under a pattern offset, provided they
Okay.
use the shape in such a
But
manner
maybe
that.
making it clear graphically too, because people might not understand. For me, looking at this, I see all these square.
It's all
And
rectilinear.
very symmetrical in a way. There is no asymmetry, I think, which is a big.
So my question would be, just so I understand, let's say the pattern offset. You've obtained your shear elements on either side of the offset, but then there's absolutely no wall down the middle that provides you any shear. Now, and so are we saying that pattern, so what I'm saying is it's not a buildable example. So when you have a whole facade that's got a pattern offset, you need shear, we live in an earthquake zone. A structural engineer will need to come up with that. And the only way you would be able to do that is with a steel structure, which you're just not going to do for multifamily. So those are some things that then is the second layer of analysis here okay, we're talking about rhythm, understood, but how realistic are some of these rhythms? Building official could say it's buildable. You could build anything, but is it going to be practically built? And does it help offset our housing crisis is a question.
And that's why
Again,
it's-
you have these options.
Yeah, it's
So
good to
anyone
have
can
more than
choose from-
one. Yeah, so if someone does have a higher budget, they can do some crazy windows, all different shapes and different, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if we have examples that allow more of that flexibility, asymmetrical designs. I
Yes.
mean, some of the most beautiful buildings are designed in a very asymmetrical way, and this looks all very symmetrical. So having examples like that show the way on those kinds of things would be very helpful.
Okay, we will include that, especially in the, maybe not the pattern book, but the example book. The aspiration book.
The
How's
aspirational.
that, the aspirational book instead, so. Are there any other comments that you might have?
One on, what was it, had to do with facade articulations. I don't know, we didn't get into it too dramatically, but I did feel there were more alternatives to facade articulation than what are shown here. For instance, if you use shade canopies over windows, it's great environmentally, and also you can provide articulation, and maybe that's one of these is alluding to using that, but I don't see it as an option.
So of the 6, and again, disregard the pick one, please, this is,
Okay, yeah.
these would be 6 options at this point in time. So, I mean, if you would like to include something along the 6 that are on the screen, to include awnings, sort of with an arrangement.
Awnings and even projected balconies. So instead of just bays, we often see that. I think that's a very common thing that we see is balconies and awnings.
The thing with the balconies for projection, and that would be up to the developer and the architect, because the balconies cannot project into an interior setback.
Right.
So if they are trying to maximize the building floor area.
The rest of the building has to be set back.
Correct.
That makes sense.
But those are great points to add.
Somebody may want
Yes.
to design that structure.
Right, just not to limit
It
it.
is not to limit it, correct. Okay, no, those are good suggestions to add. Anything else?
I think, as in conclusion, I think we really need to get this consultant to hone in on some of the density bonus laws that are coming in effect and what just came in effect, AB 1287, and to look at this whole thing holistically, just so we're not, for the next 20 years, trying to put a square peg in a round hole. But besides that, I feel as though there was a lot of progress made tonight, and this was much more of an intense conversation than I thought it would be. And it's nice because, as you can see, there's consensus overall, general consensus on most items. And we really appreciate you guys taking the time to put all this together. It's a lot of work.
It
A lot
is.
of
Oh,
thinking.
really great, yeah.
Yeah.
In facing a future without a design review board, I think it is an important thing to potentially have coverage of this so that it's not the wild, wild west.
Well, we really greatly appreciate all of your feedback and input and the dialogue, both of the public and, of the board. Thank you very, very much. So, and we will be coming back with other great projects as well, so.
Yes, we look forward to it.
Thank you.
Mixed use is
productive
next.
conversation.
So, yes.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, mixed use is next, so, all right. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.